Students also come, please, ma'am. You will be our brand ambassadors. Come.
Well, some of you come over to the right. You more.
As many. ఇది వస్తుందా లేదా ఫస్ట్ నేను వచ్చినా రాసిపోయినా okay, when they come we will have one. Anyway, this will be the setting for today, so all group photos we will take like this with principal also. You also come now. Why you alone left out? Jagdish, you also come, doesn't matter. You will be our participant for today. Come dear. Stand here. They'll think that is your ID card. Jagdish. నాకు వేరే అవసరం ఉంది ఐడి కార్డా అజయ్ కూడా వస్తే బాగుంటుంది కానీ ఎవరు తీస్తారు కెమెరా This one is coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, nice.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Smile. Done. Ajay, I need all these photographs. There is an advantage of small number also. Yes, we can do whatever we want. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is it going live? Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Then
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
start.
Hello, morning, Mr. Gayatri. అవునా అదే రాత్రి అందరికి మాట్లాడినా అంటే అన్న నంబర్ మిస్సాడు కనుక్కున్నాను
Good morning, one and all. Welcome back to the Day 2 program of two-day national seminar on GST 2.0, Balancing Growth with Social Equity and Inclusion, jointly organized by Department of Commerce and IQAC of St.Ann's College for Women, sponsored by ICSSR SRC, Seminars Conferences January 2026 on GST reforms and their socio-economic impact in the southern states. Just to brief you all on day 1 program, we had inaugural session in which we had the opportunity to hear from CMA KVN Lavanya ma'am as chief guest, Professor A. Patrick, PRO, OU and Commerce Chairperson for BOS as guest of honor, and CEO Jayant Utmuri, Chairman ICI Vijayawada Chapter as keynote speaker. Followed by 2 technical sessions. In session 1, we had the honor of listening to CA Hitesh Jain, trainer for GST officials on GST 2.0 impact on agriculture, rural industries with special reference to state of Telangana. Session 2 on GST 2.0, Atmanirbhar Bharat with ease of doing business, trained by CA Kedarnath, followed by two sessions, parallel sessions of paper presentations. Today, again, we have two technical sessions, session 3 and session 4, and in session 3, we have with us CA K. Sai Chandra sir, and who will be speaking on GST 2.0, social and cultural impact, chaired by CMA K. Sai Chandra sir, and session 4 on GST 2.0, impact on employability, chaired by CMA Khaja Jalaluddin sir. May I now request Ms. Dinesha to take it over. Now I request Mrs. Bhavani, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to welcome Sai Chandra sir with the candle bouquet.
Morning. Good morning to one and all, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, faculty members and participants. I am Dinisha Yadav, Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce. I am delighted to welcome you all to the technical session 3 on GST 2.0, Social and Cultural Impact. GST has already transformed India's economic landscape. With GST 2.0, we are stepping into more refined and inclusive system that not only impacted businesses but also influenced our daily lives, social behavior, and cultural practices. This session will help us to understand how taxation shapes societies. Now, I invite Ms. Neha, Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce, to kindly introduce esteemed speaker CMA Sai Chandra sir.
Thank you, Dinisha. A very pleasant morning to everyone present here. Today, we are honored to have with us Sai Chandra Kasim sir, a practicing cost accountant. An M.Com graduate, sir is a qualified CMA, securing an All India rank 37 at the final level. He is also a semi-qualified CA. Sir is a certified investment banker, Six Sigma trainer, and a resource person for the Tax Research Department, ICMAI. He has 6 years of expertise in product costing, auditing, accounting, and taxes. Sir has guided several organizations in achieving cost efficiency through strategic cost management. He has 8 years of teaching experience at various levels of CA and CMA. He is passionate about mentoring young minds and frequently addresses students on topics related to accounting careers, financial literacy, and professional growth. His expertise and practical insights makes him an excellent resource for students exploring professional careers. I welcome you, sir, to the session.
She carried me. Don't have a comment.
Okay.
Girls is not in semester 5, second years.
No man, so slide is almost center.
So, very good morning to each and everyone. Yeah. So, here today I am here to discuss with regards to GST 2.0, the reforms, and today I am going to give a presentation with regards to culture and social impact of GST. Okay, so. And the agenda of our session is to cover the context and the need, the cultural shift that is from evasion to the compliance and rise of invoice culture. Once upon a time, while there was a business context where people always to make a point that, chalo, I'll pay you in cash and I don't need any kind of invoice and let's evade the tax. But from the point of evading tax and encouraging cash payments too, now it has been converted to pushing the supplier to give invoice. So, and then social impact, inclusion and equity, sector-wise GST rate reduction. After GST 2.0, there was lots of rate rationalization, where previously we used to have 4 slabs of GST rates such as 0, 5%, 18%, 28%. Now which has been converted into only 2 slab structure, such as like 0 rate or nil rate, 5% and 18%, where 12% has been submerged into 5% and 28% tax rate has been submerged into 18%. And we also have a special rate by 40%, where only sin goods or that affects the pollution of an environment is merged into 40% tax rate, which is called as sin goods. Okay, and then next GST impact on price and real-time example I am going to give. For an instance, before getting into the actual slide, can I know what is the price of a water bottle, 1 liter water bottle? 20 rupees, correct? Correct, 20 rupees, correct? Now that is where we are into we are not yet actually updated with regards to price of a water bottle. That water bottle price of 1 liter 20 rupees, it is before GST 2.0. Now it is 19 rupees. Where 1 rupee, the product cost has been decreased because the cut down in GST rate. Okay, and similarly it happened with many goods such as Chavan Fresh, whatnot, each and every daily essentials that we are using. The day it starts with like the morning we wake up, we brush our teeth, and then, for example, it may sound little funny, but the toothpaste rate has been also reduced to 5%. Previously, it used to be under 12 and 18% rates. So each and every home essential product rates has been decreased to 5%. In fact, few rates are considered as nil rates. So, and next gen GST benefits. So the revision of these rates, how it is going to benefit the next generation. And impact on MSME, which is informal economy. So India is a country where we have 2 types of sectors, like organized and unorganized. So usually MSME falls under unorganized or informal way of, because MSME itself stands at micro, small, medium enterprises. So here, after intervention of this GST, it became very easy for this MSME or small business people doing the way of ease of doing the business, and then digital transformation and behavioral changes. Now it is not like once upon a time you used to Like go to income tax department or GST department, indirect taxation department, you used to file income tax, GST returns, or I mean indirect tax returns manually. Now it has been completely digital transformation. So you need not to go to any department, checking at your place, at your remote location. You can file, you can access all the data of your sales and purchases. And then even using your mobile apps, now you can even open your GST portal on your phones as well, where you can access all your data even using your phone. It doesn't mean that you always keep it a lab or a system. And even by dropping one single message, you can file a nil return. That digital transformation has been happened. And then women, rural and marginalized communities. Here what actually happened is like you might be heard about self-help groups, SHGs. So lots of benefits has been given for women empowerment and women entrepreneurs and self-help groups, where easy way of getting GST registrations and easier way of the filing of returns and all. And then next, environmental and ethical dimensions. Here what actually happened is like just I was mentioning what is the cost of a water bottle. It was 20 rupees, now it has become 19 rupees. So if the company wants, it would have increased the price of the product and made the product as same 20, and that 1 rupee they would have put in their pocket as a profit. But it is not happening, and it's all because of NAA guidelines, where anti-profiting was highly discouraged. So any kind of benefit a company is getting because of cut down in GST rates, that has to be passed on to the ultimate consumer. That should not be taken as a choice to the companies to make more profits. Okay. So, and then next, key statistics. Here we would be knowing that before GST, what was the indirect taxation collections? Now how much revenue has been generated by the governments, and the number of GST registrations and all. Case study, state vendor economy and cooperative federalism. Cooperative federalism, it's like previous to GST, it's like we used to have state tax and central tax separately. Like VAT, octroi used to come under state, and CST is to come under central, excise duty is to come under central, service tax is to come under central. Now, like that, there are 17 indirect taxes which has been submerged into only one single tax, that is GST. Where by namesake it is GST one tax. If you further detailedly understand, or if you ever say any kind of invoices that you have incurred any expenses, you can see that the GST is split into two, SGST and CGST, which denotes as state GST, central GST. So here, at many points where certain states are compromising or sacrificing their revenues, even central is also sacrificing their revenues, and then they agreed upon one single taxation, GST. It only happened because of the cooperative federalism, that is the cooperation between the state government and the central government. So country like India, including states and union territories, we have totally 33 states and union territories combined. So bringing down this kind of system is not a simple task. And challenges and way forward, the challenges that we are still facing and what we are supposed to look onto it. So finally, it is the key takeaways. What we are going to understand from these changes and so actually the GST was introduced in the year 2017. Okay. So after the introduction of this GST, where 17 taxes has been replaced, which I have already earlier mentioned, and after certain period of adoption of GST in 2025, GST 2.4 reform has come into the picture. And once upon a time, always in India, country like India, government gets revenue only from taxes. Okay, that's the way government runs. Correct. So always direct taxes is to have more dominance over indirect taxes. The revenue from the government from direct taxes is more in compared to the revenue that is generated from indirect taxes. Though we have 17 earlier indirect taxes, but once it has been submerged and made it as one single GST, now average per month GST revenue that any government is making is 1.87 lakhs crores. Literally per month, this is the average revenue that government is earning as a revenue from the GST. So here now what actually happened, the importance has been also given similar leverage to GST as well. Now it also became a core area where the government is getting revenue. And then if you see right now in the market, almost 14 million active GST registrations are there. 1.4 CR GST registrations we have. And then next, almost if you compare to 2017 data index or statistics, now with 2025, almost there was 40% increase in the revenue as well as the registrations. So, from tax evasion to compliance culture, it's like way before introduction of GST, there used to be multiple taxes and cascading effects. Like for example, before introduction of GST 2017, if you might have visited a hotel, whatever the food you had in a restaurant or a hotel, on the restaurant bill, they used to charge VAT, as well as it's a composition, bundled service where goods are involved as well as services are involved, and they also used to charge service tax, where on the same invoice, two types of taxes has been involved, because those are kind of ambiguity transactions. Like you can't consider either it as a good or a service. But restaurant we go, they provide food. What also they do is they serve the food. So since they are serving, it is considered as service. They are levying service tax, and what they are serving, the food which is a good, they should charge VAT. So because of this, the product cost is to shoot up like anything. And for example, if we bought a product in Hyderabad, we bought it, okay, then on that VAT was levied. And if you transfer to some other state other than Telangana, let's say for example, you bought a product in Hyderabad, VAT is levied. You sold this product in UP, CST is levied. And the person who is in UP again he sold the same product within UP, again VAT is levied. And because of transfer of borders, octroi duty is to be levied. So it's like the same product, multiple taxes and tax upon taxes. Already VAT was levied. Upon the transaction, you are levying CST, and upon the CST again you are levying VAT. So this led to increase in the product cost. If what happens if product cost increases? Expenses of individual will increase. Savings obviously will get reduced, because indirect taxations are something, the burden will be fall under the ultimate consumer, the person who is ultimately who is purchasing the product. Correct. So and then widespread of invoice fraud and evasion. It's like because of interstate, multiple change of states as well, what people used to do is, there is no proper documentation. People always used to say that send goods without invoice. And there is no particular tracking of transfer of goods as well. Okay. And then next, the entire business transaction is to happen using cash driven. And all the transaction is to happen off the books, because multiple taxation, state tax and central tax, there was no cooperation between these two, where there is no sort of integrating the data of state and central. So information of state, whatever the information with the state, they don't have the same information with the central. The information with the central was nowhere with the state. This became to the businessmen also to use this as loop, and lots of frauds also happened because of that. Though the country's economy is good, but GDP, it is going to impact the nation's GDP, because entire economic transactions were not happened on cash of the records. That led to many black money as well. Okay, so complaints seen as burdens, because say suppose if I am the businessman who is located in Telangana and I also have multiple customers across India and as well as the other countries. Now, what I used to do is I have to file, let's say if I am into manufacturing as well as service. So, I supposed to file excise returns, service returns, since I am selling within the state, VAT returns, since I am transferring to the other state, I need to file CST, and since I am also selling the goods to the other countries, I need to file customs duties. So lots of complaints, lots of confusions, and now the businessman is at a point that whether I need to do business or else should I follow the complaints. That kind of burdensome was there before the GST, and low trust between the taxpayer and the state, because always state doesn't, state here in the sense is state government. Okay, always never agrees with the taxpayer. Always there is, because it actually happens. All the transactions are not on a transparent basis. So whatsoever the information taxpayer shows, state has to relay, but state never relays on that. So because of embezzlement of these transactions, there used to be lots of litigations between the taxpayer as well as the state. And after GST intervention, maybe it is after 2017 or GST 2.0, that is 2025, there was unified tax, seamless input credit chain. What is input credit chain? So wherever the country, across the country, wherever you purchase. So no concept of VAT and CST. It is only concept of GST. And just because I'm purchasing, I can't claim input. I must have a invoice with me. And then my supplier should pakka file GSTR. Then only that invoice will be auto-populated in a 2A of a individual taxpayer. Then only you can claim ITC. I'll show you practically how it actually works in supply. And e-invoicing and real-time audit trail. What is e-invoicing? E-invoicing is nothing but a businessman whose turnover is more than 5 CR is supposed to generate electronic invoice where there is no chance of updating, exaggerating the invoice. Once he writes the invoice, the container, the goods has to be shipped for sure. If there is any cancellation, that has to be done within a period of 24 hours. Digital payments incentivized. So there is no chance of going to the banker and over the counter payment. Now sitting at remote place, you can scan the QR code and then you can pay GST payment. Now it is totally integrated with your UPI as well. And you can find the credit ledger or cash ledger on your GST portal. And then complaints normalized as business hygiene. So previously a businessman has to file n number of returns. Now it is only one single return, GST. And then transparency build taxpayer trust. So everything is transparent. Now because right now in India, if you see, the movement of cash is completely reduced. Everything is bank based, correct? So UPI based. Now each and every transaction is what? Transparent, and then we can find it. Against that, let's say for example, to a businessman, some 10 lakhs amount has been credited. So for a businessman, why 10 lakhs amount will be gets credited? Either it must be sale or something else. So if it is a case of sales, it has to automatically has to also reflect in his sales record GSTR. And then next, rise of invoice culture. So now it is like pushing your supplier. Unless and until my supplier doesn't use me invoice, I cannot claim whatever the tax I paid on my suppliers. So now here, how smart the GST department acted here is, I won't bother whether you have invoice or not. If you have just old invoice also, I am not going to allow you ITC. You need to push your supplier saying that you need to file GST. Then only I will give that credit to you. So here what the department is doing? Department is putting all the burden on the taxpayer. Like let's say X sold goods to Y. Then what Y has to do? Y has to take invoice from X because he is paying tax to X and X has to remit to the government. Now, when Y can claim that input tax, whatever tax he paid, if you hold invoice, not just holding invoice, X also has to file his return. When he files, then only the transaction will auto-populate in Y's GSTN logins. That is why the website, the GSTN, it is called as GSTN. N means network. When you say network, that means all the GST taxpayer registration number, entire country is linked. That's how it actually works. So obviously, if I want to pay lesser tax, what I supposed to do? Whatever the tax I already paid to my supplier, I need to offset. When I can offset, when my supplier files return, then only I have that option. So that is a demandable bill. And digital audit trails. Now, if a businessman whose turnover is 5 crore, we just discussed, no, there is an e-invoice. When entire invoice is happening electronically, it also becomes very easy to do audit and find any kind of frauds. And the next, formalization pressure. Now, here, department itself is asking, see, some like someone who is having a turnover of 20 lakhs. By default, they are supposed to get registered. So it's pulling the businessman to get registered under GST. And the next, B2B trust. That is where, let's say, for example, how can I trust someone who is sitting in Tamil Nadu and where I am sitting here? How can I trust on him and I can pay certain amount to him? Now I can find his creditability. Let's say if he is having GST. Now, by just entering his GST registration, we can also come to know where his location, where he is located at, where is head office, how many years he has been established his business, how much turnover he is making. Can I trust him and transfer certain amount for any business transaction? That also creates some B2B trust. So social impact and inclusions and equity. So how GST is impacting on the social and the cultural. If you see essential goods exemption. After GST 2.0, whatever the essential goods are there, let's say like food grains, let's say the milk. So all those has come under 0% rate. And day-to-day householding has come under 5% rate. As I was mentioning, so if what happens if this comes under 0%? One thing, the product cost reduces, and for even a common man, it is easy for him to buy any kind of product, and it makes more money in his pocket, more savings in his pocket. And then education access. It's like there is no GST on schoolings, educational institutions, other than private institutions. They are also looking for certain rate to be charged on private education as well, which is that would be very nominal. And then whatever the GST is there, it is Aadhaar linked. So the chance of making frauds also will be very less. Reduced rates on healthcare. It is like after GST 2.0, almost 33 life-saving drugs has come under 0% GST. 33 life-saving drugs. And many of the diagnostic centers are under 0% tax rate. And almost many healthcare medicines, previously it used to be 12 and 18%, are brought down to 5% brackets. Not just that, many medical instruments also, like thermometers and all, also brought down to an ambit of 5%. Okay, so that made easy access of healthcare to even a person who is under BPL. And the next, equity in consumption tax. So here, one important point to be remembered, there is a sector, let's say textile industry. What actually happens in textile industry is, previously, you might be knowing this raw fabric, like before stitching a cloth or a shirt, raw fabric. GST on raw fabric is 18%. And once you convert this raw fabric into a product, the shirt, on the final good, the tax rate is 5%. Now what actually happens? My raw material, when I am purchasing raw material, I am paying 18%. When it is converted into finished goods, it is falling under 5%. Now, while at the time of paying tax, I need to pay at a rate of 5%. But I have inputted what rate? 18%. So, what actually happened now? Inverted, this is called as inverted GST. I'm paying on the finished good at a 5% rate, but I paid already 18%. Now 13% is going out of my pocket. Roughly, not 13%, because when we process it, the product cost increases. Maybe that ranges somewhere around 7 to 10%. There will be a more input in a credit ledger. So now what actually happens? Output tax will be less, input tax will be more input will get blocked. This is not just happening in textile. This is only one of the examples. So it also happens in any kind of engineering tools, machinery productions. Let's say spare parts. Spare part usually covers under 18%, and when say the final ultimate good is falling under 5%. Again, this is getting some kind of unnecessary block of input credit. So this kind of issues are resolved under GST 2.0. They are trying to resolve. So obviously, to resolve it, what they are supposed to do? They can't increase 5% to 18% because there will be huge against from the public and the government. So what they are supposed to do? They are supposed to cut down the tax on raw materials. Like on fabric, raw fabric, previously it is 18%. To match it, they need to bring down to 5%. Then only the businessman will be at beneficial. So, such kind of things has been made easy. And reduce cascading on basics. As I was already mentioning, cascading is nothing but tax upon tax. So they are trying to eliminate all kind of possible to cut down cascading effects. And then, so here is a sector-wise detailed GST 2.0 reform that would have a huge impact on social and cultural issues of an individual. See, food and household. UHT milk, paneer, Indian bread, it is completely under 0%. And soap, shampoos, toothpaste, bicycles, 5%. Namkeen, sauces, pastas, chocolates, 5%. Previously, chocolates used to come under 18%. Ice creams used to come under 28%. Now, if you find ice creams, if you have any like frequent habit of eating some ice cream, you can find that ice cream cost as.
But then rates have not changed. MRP will same.
That is what it is not happening, madam. So if
Because
someone
we are paying 20 rupees for water bottles. Water bottle, milk packet also it's the same.
Yes.
Oil packet, toothpaste.
let's see, madam. I will Google it. I will show you that Bisleri water bottle and Kinley water bottle price is 19. So
it is 19 and somebody says it is 18 also, but then
I'll tell you.
20 rupees.
I will tell you why it is happening, because people are having habituated saying that like, giving wrong 20 rupees is something don't clear, and many common people are not aware about this thing.
So then MRP should change.
MRP is changed, madam. That is what I am saying. MRP is changed. Okay. So if you want, I'll tell you another point.
Milk packet readings.
No, ma'am.
No, miss, we don't take bill.
No,
We
ma'am.
take 20 rupees, we give 20. We don't.
For example, Horlicks packets idea of Horlicks. Even GST on Horlicks has been reduced. Now, what Horlicks did, rather decreasing the MRP, it made the same MRP, quantity is increased.
Yes.
You can clearly find
And they
one
say
let's Google it.
we are giving more quantity.
Correct.
Advertising.
Correct. It's not like advertisement. It's clearly mentioning that when we are this much grams, and they are even striking it, and they are showing that grams has been increased. We have Google now. We shall Google it. We shall see what is the MRP, current MRP of Bisleri, Kinley, 1 liter water bottle, Horlicks, and all. Okay. Maybe price is increased. Maybe because of some other reason. It's not because of milk. And if you find someone is not giving the benefit to the consumer, we can find a super agent.
What if they demand the same price?
That is what, sir. How can they demand more than MRP? You can sue them. It is our right. We are not supposed to pay more than MRP. Isn't it? So MRP clearly they are.
No, we must wait them to collect the rupees.
So or else, for example, can I open Google?
So I have a doubt. So I bought a Kinley water bottle recently, like 2 days ago. And instead of MRP, it showed rupees RS. So is that, does that make any difference?
Nothing.
Nothing, right?
Milk packet or oil packet. It's your paneer packet.
Killer is 18, Bisleri I think it is 99. And here, milk packet, one point you are supposed to understand here. Not GST is GST 0% is not on all milk packets. It is only for UHT milk packets. UHT milk packet. So it is like ultra heating. It's not the process. Which are price remained largely stable for fresh milk pouches, which are exempt from GST. However, price for specialized products like UHT milk, butter, and ghee reduced in September GST to reform, which is lowered access 5% or 0% to reduce consumer cost.
Same is the case with oil packets. Now 146, 148, now it is 160.
That is what, ma'am. See,
After we are
here,
anticipating there will be some change.
some change, correct? So, usually why product cost increases? There can be any reasons. That may be increase in raw material cost, labor cost, some other one. But if they are making any increase in the cost, it is not because of
We are
GST.
maintaining the same.
What they are paying the government is reduced.
And then next one.
That it is very for us,
Again, zero, ma'am.
So sir, in case if they are giving,
We can shoot.
what is the process?
We can file whatever invoice we have. We can carry that invoice and then we can visit GST department that particular circle.
Offline, sir?
Offline. We can visit the department. We can issue. For that, you will get some kind of amount back also. That particular restaurant will get penalized. Okay. Colleagues file this before and after. If you see here, before GST, 5 rupees pouch is 18 to 20 grams. After GST, what they did is, packet often remains 5 rupees. But what they did, they are offering 21 to 22. అంటే మేడం ఇప్పుడు ఏమైతుంది అంటే 5% మీద మీరు 5% ఉన్నారు అంటే మీకు 5 పైసలు. Now the ideology behind increasing grams is, as you mentioned, no, it is 19 but he is collecting 20. Who is going to pay 4.75 paisa? Correct. So that was the ideology behind rather decreasing the price, increase the quantity and make it the round up. because usually 5 rupees pouch. From individual point of view, it is 50 paisa, 25 paisa, but this production will be in lakhs of tons. We may see it as 1 or 2 grams, but company's point of view, 1 and 2 grams make a huge difference. So that's the point here, and that's the ideology of not reducing MRP, rather increase the grams. Clear?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And if you see here, namkeen sauce, pasta, chocolates, everything has come under 50. Previously it is 18%. Now it has got down to 5%. And then TV, AC, dishwasher. This is biggest relaxation to anyone. Biggest relaxation. Straight away 10% has been slashed down. Not just this, even for cars also. If, for example, a car whose cost is 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, previously GST was 28%. That means 2.8 lakhs we are paying to the government. And upon 1% TSC is deducted, 1 lakh straight away goes 10,000 if it is 10 lakhs. Okay. So if it is 28%, 2.8 lakhs we are paying to the government in the form of, even the automobile industry doesn't make a profit of 2.8 lakhs or 10 lakhs worth of car. Even same thing. So now TVs, which is greater than 32 inches, ACs, dishwashers, which has been converted from 28% to 18%. Okay. Even I don't know whether you are aware of this. Now central government is also coming up with this scheme, Harghar AC. Harghar AC. So it's like providing AC facilities. Okay, if you do some old AC, they will give new AC under certain schemes. See, you are supposed to apply. There is a procedure for that. So now AC doesn't. Previously it was some kind of luxury. Now it became necessity by default. So that is why, with the thought process, they brought down the rate of 28% to 18%. Okay, so. Once upon a time, when I was into school, in college, they used to specially provide this class. Our institution is having some AC campus. Now you won't find that word only, because by default, every institute, every campus is AC. So that's where the shift has become the necessity from the luxuries to this. So that is the reason. Maybe there is a change of 28% to 18%, straight away 10%. And when it comes to home building and materials, this is where it boosts the infrastructure or construction industries, where the cement cost previously it is 28%, now they dropped down to 18%. It is going to safeguard the interest of the construction industries. The huge cost comes down because cement is a basic material for them. Correct. So tons and tons of cement they will be using. 10% it really matters. Okay. And marble, granite, sand lime bricks, everything previously it is 12%, now it got down to 5%. Bamboo flooring, parking cases 12% to 5%. And many homes and infrastructure projects have been come down because of revision in GST. Maybe I don't know whether you are aware of it or not. In the October month of 2025, many companies also came up with saying that now AC prices fall down, TV prices fall down, some purchase because of GST revision. So we are carry forwarding that benefit. They made it as an advertisement, but as a statute, they are mandatorily has to carry forward that benefit to the consumer. Correct. We'll come to that point as well. Insurance is one of the biggest industry in India. Country like India, if you see any other country other than India, they consider insurance as a risk mitigation, hedging against the risk. But country like India, insurance is considered as a saving policy. Because any insurance policy you take, LIC, it gives you 8.5% of compound interest. So rather investing in some post office schemes or whatsoever, a tax free you are going to get the returns, as well as you will be having safeguard against the life. Now, thousands of crores of insurance businesses in India. So it was a great step taken by the government. Because of that, what actually happens is like, from benefit point of view, it is very benefit to the common public, but from revenue point of view, a country, they sacrificed crores of rupees of revenue. Just imagine 1,000 crores into 5%. Simple, let's say 5%, 1,000 crores. That would come around somewhere around 500 crores and all. It's not a simple thing. Okay? So, and then when it comes to agriculture sector, tractor previously was taxed at 12%, now it is 5%. Tires and parts previously, whatsoever the spare part you take, flat equals to be 18%. Now it has been brought down to 5%. And then harvester, sprinkler, drip irrigation, everything is to be 12%. Now there is no concept of 12% slab rate.
These are all considered as inputs in agriculture.
Correct. Correct.
Inverted tax structure. This all these can be-
Inverted is different.
No, that is as inputs.
Correct. Correct. We can hear.
They can claim.
But here what actually happens is, here the food grains are nil rate.
No, that's what inverted.
Yeah,
They are
correct.
for the
So,
inverted tax.
but what actually happens to a farmer?
They are not having
Previously,
tax on outlet.
let's say 1 lakh rupees was a tractor, for example, tractor cost. They used to pay GST of how much? Some 12, 1 lakh 12,000. Now they are paying only 1 lakh 5,000. So at least their investment is reducing in it. And again, all food grains are not zero rate. Point. All food grains are not zero rate. So in that context also, someone who is doing in a corporate style of agriculture, someone who is for packing the food grains, rice in a what you say, brand name and all, again GST will apply. Like Lalita, double hearts or Lalita rice, if they sell on the name of a brand, then they are supposed to. Yeah. And pesticides and menthol previously is 12, now it is 5%, so that the fertilizer and pesticides cost has come down. And corrects inverted duties, boosting, yeah, which I was mentioning, inverted GST rates have been corrected. This is certain part 1 sectors. If you see here, automobile sector, as it was any two-wheelers or cars whose CC is less than or equal to 350 cc, it has been converted from 28% to 18%. Buses, trucks and three-wheelers 28% to 18%. All auto parts, trade parts 28 to 18%. And complaints, everything has been brought down. And the next, with regards to services, toys and healthcare, hotel stays up to 7,500. Previously they used to consider this rate of 7,500 as a ceiling limit. So below 7,500, above 7,500, 3-star and 5-star, they used to consider it as luxury, and 28% used to be levied. Okay, 18 and 28. Now they have been capped to 12% to 5%. Okay, and then gym, salon. This is where it helps what a common a routine diet plan or whatsoever, the health of any kind of youth. Now, if you see in Hyderabad, many of my students also, that's so health fix. So everyone visits gym and then yoga, which made like defaulting day-to-day curriculum of anyone's. Now, that rate also has been come down from 18% to 5%. And this has made handcraft idols and painting and sculptures. So, India is one of the biggest exporter for hand paints and sculptures. And because of reducing the rate from 12% to 5%, what actually happened is it really boosted this industry. So they could able to become, it created a competitive edge in the international market. Why? Because previously it is 12%, the product price used to be high. Now when the GST rate has been brought down to 5%, they could able to curtail the rate, then they could become a competitive edge in the market. At least with even international toys market as well. And then wood and metal, textile, dolls and toys. Previously it is 12%, now it has brought down to 5%. And then next, medical and education, which as I already mentioned, 33 life-saving drugs has been brought down to 0 and diagnostics has brought down to 0%. And spectacles and corrective goggles. Okay, so 28% to 5%. This was a huge drop down in the rate. Almost 23% of GST rate has been decreased. And medical devices and geometry boxes, school supplies, let's say geometry boxes, maybe pencil, pens, crayons, everything has been come under 5% rates. And this is where health and life insurance. Now, both health and life insurance is under 0%. 0%. And when it comes to education industry, which I was mentioning, the geometry box, cartoon, exercise books, crayons, everything has been. If you see exercise, erasers, pencils, crayons, they are bought into 0%, and geometry boxes, trays and all 5%, and no GST on school fees. Okay, only private sectors attracts under GST. And this was a real-time example which I thought of mentioning you. If you see here, Dabur, real juice. You might be knowing Tropicana, correct? So same like there is real fruit juice. It is by Dabur. Previously, the price is 130. Now if you see, the revised price is 122. And then Chavan Fresh, 900 grams. Previously it is 475. Now the revised price is 440. Dabur Red toothpaste. Previously it is 153. Now it is 135. And then Nestle, Maggie. Previously it is 120. Now it is 116. Nescafe Gold. Almost 100 rupees drop down in the Nescafe Gold. Previously it is 855. Now it is 755. And then ITC, Savlon, Cow Ghee, and Sunfish Mary Light. If you see, there was huge drop down in the MRPs. All this because the great nationalization of GST. And if you see Amul Paneer, previously it is 99, now it is 95. Ice cream, which is ranges to 10 to 600, now it became 9 to 550. And then PNG. So MRP adjustment on bits. Each and every mother would have bits under their pillows. My grandma, it's like she always have, before she sleeps, no, she will find whether she has bits under her pillow or not. Jenduma and bits. So that was by default, Now what actually happened because of this rationalization, the price has been completely slashed down. So head and shoulders, pampers, passed on to customers. And the biggest evolution is sanitary pads. Previously, on sanitary pads, the GST rate was 12%. Now they made it to 0%. So that is something, a good thing has been made for everyone. So next gen. How all these things benefits the next generation. Okay, it's a lower prices and the high demand. Obviously, when prices crashed down, the businessmen able to easily compete with foreign products, local for local, and the demand is higher. Ease of living. So ease of living because now everything has come under affordable prices. Even someone who is into under TPL, they could also even afford, and they can also look for luxurious things, support for manufacturing. Because inverted duties has been corrected now. MSMEs, the rates, the complaints has been drastically brought down. Someone whose turnover is 1.4 CR, 1 CR around, they can opt the composition scheme where they can pay only 1% or 3% GST rate on their entire turnover. So, wide tax make and social protection. Social protections like they made insurance available to each and every one. Next. So almost in India there are 63 million MSME registrations. Around 6.3 CR MSME businesses are there who are registered under MSME. And then almost out of that, 40 lakhs people opted composition scheme. What is composition scheme? Don't follow any GST rules. Straight away pay only 1 or 3% GST tax rate. So, and the next, almost 70% of MSME contributes the exports. And then 45% out of India's GDP, 45% of GST is contribution from these MSMEs. Okay. And someone who registered under composition scheme, they need not to file their returns every month. They can opt for quarterly filings. So ease of filings complaints also reduced. And the thing is now using your phones also you can file GST returns. And the great thing with regards to GST is if you are registered under GST, you made certain turnover. Okay. Previously, the businessman happens to prove that he is really making certain turnover. Now, because of GST as concerned, what happened is the transparency, the credibility. If you go to banker, if you ask for business loan, the first thing he asks is, "We have GST. Send us your GST filings." So that acts as a proof of your turnover. Simple logic. Someone who is doing 1 year turnover, you are supposed to pay a tax of how much? 1%. 1 CR upon 1%. That will come around hardly 1 lakh. Now entire thing became white. They can show their turnover as 1 CR. Upon that, what they can do? They can go for working capital, where the rate of interest will be ranges hardly 10 to 11%. And 90 paisa, not even 2.3. So it helps a businessman to do the business in an easy manner. And the same thing in income tax, we have a provision so called section 44A, presumptive taxation, where a businessman can opt presumptive taxation whose turnover is 2 CR or 5 CR based upon their bank transaction. If 95% of the transaction happens through bank, though the turnover is 5 CR, they can go for presumptive taxation. If bank transactions are less than 95%, then they can go for 2 CR, where they are supposed to pay only minimum of at least 6%. 1 CR upon 6%, 6 lakhs is your profit. You are supposed to show. That is what the government is expecting. Now, under new resigns, someone who is earning an income of 12 lakhs, you are not supposed to pay any tax. Okay? Now, because of this GST reforms, a person, namely a vendor, maybe an MSME person, small scale businessman who is doing turnover of 1 CR or less than 2 CR, they need not to pay any income tax, and they are supposed to pay GST of only nominal of 1 or 3%. So that easy it became to do business in India after GST 2.0. Hardly, let's say, a person having turnover of 2 CR also, he is supposed to show minimum income of how much? 6%. 2 CR into 6%, 12 lakhs. He need not to pay any tax. So that is why you can find that many people are also showing interest to do business. And supply chain integration. Now, a invoice worth more than 50,000 at a distance more than 2 kilometers, they are supposed to issue e-way bill. That means every transaction is tracked through e-way bill. That means if you transfer any goods, you require a vehicle, and we require a e-way bill where it mentions that in which vehicle you transferred these goods, how much quantity, at what rate, everything. So it becomes very easy to track the vehicle and the shipment. So no chances for illegal transfer of goods, which is the biggest checkpoint. If goods goes without e-way bill at state borders, you can find some people, policemen in a tent, they will come and they will search. First thing they will ask is, we have e-way bill. If they are not having e-way bill, then that will get seized. Maybe other than these goods, let's say like necessity goods, like rice and all. If there is no concept of e-way bill, then you can find lots of frauds that happens. There are the traces where people are also illegally transferring these necessity goods to other countries. All this happened because of no proper integration of supply chain. Now GST by default it will come up with the integration of supply chain. and digital transformation, which we already discussed, like e-invoicing, and next AI driven. I'll tell you an example by opening in one of the client's profile where GST return, while we are filing it, there will be a figures which are auto-populated, which are editable in nature. Let's say, for example, from X I purchased goods worth of 10 lakhs, on which I paid 1 lakh of ITC. But at the time of filing, I can show 10 lakhs of ITC rather than 1 lakh. It is editable in nature. So, if that was the case, fraud will increase. But GSTN is AI driven. Now, the system by default, it will identify that the eligible ITC is 1 lakh, but you claim the 10 lakhs, immediately you will get a call or a message or a mail from the department saying that you wrongly claimed ITC. You are supposed to claim only 1 lakh, but you claim 10 lakhs. Immediately you will get. So that's how the infrastructure of GST has been built in. And we were the discipline and UPI GST integrations. And with regards to GST 2.0 reforms, it highly encourages the women entrepreneur because handloom and cottage industries, where many cottage industries are performed by these women and handlooms are by women, where the GST rate is completely zero. And rural economy, even the agriculture sector, rates, spare parts, everything has been brought down. Because of that, it enhances the rural economy as well. And marginalized segments with regards to the essential goods and all, the rates have been cut down. And environmental and ethical. So here this GST 2.0, what it has got is a green taxation scheme. Like it identified certain goods as a sin goods. So to discourage it, they charge it 40%. So eliminating is not possible. Obviously, eliminating it completely is not possible. Other than eliminating, at least try to curtail it. Okay, they bought these goods under an ambit of 40%. And transportation is become very cheaper. And then anti-profiteering clause. This is the thing I was mentioning. If you find anyone who is not passing the benefit of GST rates to the ultimate consumer, we can show you. There is an AA that ensures GST rate cuts. Next, cooperative federalism. It is a system where there is each and every things will happen only on communication between state and central government. And the solar panels, EVs, green energy, the GST rate has been completely cut down. And if you see the impact at glance, there are almost, which we already discussed, 1.87 lakhs crores collection. And 1.4 CR actual registrations are there. And 85% of return complexity has been decreased before the GST and after GST. And almost 40% of registrations has been increased. And someone whose turnover is more than 5 CR, they are supposed to compulsory issue invoice. And these are the biggest challenges at the street vendors. Previously, what street vendors used to do, even we can find someone who is having a small scale level, they'll bribe some local authorities. They'll say that you need permission at least to operate. Now there is no such kind of thing. Straight away, what you can do, take GST registration, make your business legal with lesser compliances and lesser taxes. So it's not excluded. We gave them an easy way of inclusions. Like you need not to maintain any records. Because if you go to a Pani Puri guy, for example, in Tamil Nadu, this is what actually happened. Recently, a Pani Puri guy got an crores of rupees of notice from GST department. His turnover is somewhere around 1.8 CR or something. A Pani Puri guy. Correct. So, because everyone are doing UPI and recently in UP, it is what to say? No ma'am. UP Allahabad, the recent that event happened. Kumbh Mela, yeah. Mahakumbh Mela. Okay, even I was going to Mahakumbh Mela. There, that boatman, what he does, he used to charge 2,000 rupees per one person. And if person account got credited 20 CR, he got notice from GST and income tax. The person who is operating a boat, his account got credited with 20 CR.
They are the ones who are earning.
And a person from Tamil Nadu, a pani puri vendor. Okay, so a puchka guy where he only maintains only one single thing. So almost 1.8 CR. Oh my God, it's like So all these are the challenges because in India there is a huge unorganized sector, informal and unorganized. Because of this GST and composition scheme, what actually happening is we are helping them to do ease of doing business. And you are nothing to do that. At least if you are not so good at our compliance and all, at least registered under a composition scheme, pay only 1% tax rate, only files once in a quarter.
Will banks give them loan?
Yes.
Most of the scheme partners, they depend on daily loans.
Correct.
Morning they take and evening
Correct.
they have to pay.
See, that is
High
what.
rate of 100%.
Correct, ma'am. So you can find a person, chitti under the chitti person. What he will do? He will charge 5 to 10% of rate of interest.
Daily interest.
Daily interest 5% they will charge. And you can find certain persons where in the day in the morning they give you 10,000 rupees. At the end of the day they will ask to pay 12,000. 2,000 means almost 20% of interest rate they are charging.
Then the government.
A point to think of that, a prime minister of a country is to work on this way. So it is Bangladesh. Yusuf Khan. Is a person he used to do this one. Daily loans he used to give and he used to charge. Microfinance. And he made as a Nobel Peace person. So his bank model is like that. So you very less loan amounts so that you motivate them to do business. Correct. So, but after introduction of GST, make your business legal. So you can escape from all these kind of things. Even MSME.
They don't have to survey this.
Correct. Correct. And if you see MSME is providing loan facilities as well. Like 6% rate of interest. In certain contexts, we are also going to have subsidies as well. So, you must be knowing Mudra loan. Yes. PM Mudra loan. There, it encourages the small businessmen. So, Mudra loan is given from 50,000 to 50 lakhs with no mortgage. It is one of the best business loan ever given to a business person with the unsecured thing. So the businessman need not to secure any of his property. So someone who doesn't have any property also, but if he has this GST turnover print, you need to have this turnover segment. How can you legalize your turnover? Just because of any income tax, if you show I have this much of turnover, no one relies on that. Suppose they have GST registration, make it transparent, make your business legal, and opt for some lower complaints. You can find a number of loans. Like one of my friends is into this one MSME. He registered his manufacturing unit under MSME. SBI Bank, they are back of him saying that we will sanction you 1 CR at 0 rate of interest. How 0 rate? They are getting subsidy from MSME.
That's only for a fixed period.
Yeah, it will be for a fixed period, or else that depends upon where you are utilizing that fund. There will be certain conditions will be tied up to that. That kind of benefits will be given if you are registered under both GST and MSME. That goes parallel. Okay. As we discussed, GST and cooperative federalism, it is not that entire authority is not vested in the hands of central, or entire authority was not in the hands of state, and it is combinedly any kind of decision has to be done by both central and state. This is one of the biggest tax reform ever. And the next greatness here is, recently I have been to Bangalore. Exactly, I am not able to quote that, which maybe. So what actually happened, maybe it is Bangalore metro bus ticket, I guess. Okay, exactly, I couldn't able to figure. Yeah, correct. So Yashwant is that bus ticket, local buses will be there. No? Usually we know that, let's say for example, GST rate is 18%. 9% goes to central, 9% goes to state. But state has an authority to change their rates. Let's say for example, now state wants to like focus on a particular industry, want to boost that industry in their state. Rather 9% they can reduce to 5% and 7%. That kind of freedom is given into the hands of states. So it is not always a equally distribution between state and center. Even state has certain rights to cut down their GST rates. So that is why in UP also, UP, Adityanath, there are many products where SGST is not equivalent to CGST. SGST is less than CGST. Now there are certain political things. What they are doing is they are asking the central to reduce the GST rate. Then this thing has came into the parliament saying that if there is a particular state, what they are doing? They are reducing the revenue. If you are so keen about that particular industry in your state, why you are asking central to cut down the revenue? You can also do. Isn't it? That kind of federalism you have with the GST. That is a uniqueness that you have in GST. And composition mechanism. When GST has been brought down, there are states like Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, they are highly discouraged. The reason is GST is destination based. Destination based means where the good ends to that state, the revenue goes. Gujarat and Tamil Nadu are highest exporters because they have lots of manufacturing units. So previously, the state where the actual movement starts, the revenue goes to that state. Now, previously what actually happened since that was CST, so revenue used to come to Tamil Nadu and Gujarat. Now, since goods are moving from Tamil Nadu, Gujarat to the other states revenue increased. Now, state revenues are decreasing. So, to give them confidence, there was a state guarantee 14% revenue growth. They promised that there will be pakka 14% revenue growth in their revenues. So that is where those states even accepted for GSTs. So social schemes and then revenue sharing architecture like equal sharings and tribal and then there are also places like Nagaland, Northeast states. There are also the separate rates were given to that states to uplift. Like everyone has to develop. It's not like only the states which has good infrastructure and all. So it's the aim is or objective is to develop the entire India, not just only few parts of the country. Political concepts, opposition. So these are all the key takeaways of GST. So it's like social equity, exemptions for essentials and all, digital infrastructure, marginalized environmental dimension of GST by charging higher rates to discourage, not to use, and cooperative federalism. So I thank everyone for your patience and bearing me toward this time. Yeah. So I'm thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for this very interactive and informative session. It was truly encouraging and knowledgeable. Now I request Ms. Dinesha to come and propose vote of thanks.
I would like to express my sincere vote of thanks for this informative session on GST 2.0 social and cultural impact. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed speaker, CMA Sai Chandra Kasam sir, for sharing his insightful knowledge and explaining each element in detail. The session was truly enlightening and beneficial for all of us, sir. I would also thank the organizers and faculty members for giving us the opportunity to understand how GST 2.0 impacts society. Finally, I thank all the participants for their active presence, which made session successful. Thank you.
May I now invite Dr. T. Anuradha ma'am, conference convener, to do the honors. May I now request CMAK Sai Chandra sir to accept the honor.
Where are these girls?
Thank you, sir. Now I request all those who are presenting papers for the section 3 to go to Nanama Hall. Session 3 presentations, please proceed to Nanama Hall. And the teachers in charge.
For those who are not present.
Fourth session presenters, please remain here. And all those who are not presenting papers also, please remain here. All those who are not presenting and those who are presenting in fourth session, please be here. Third session people only to proceed to Jnana Mahal.
You're on third session or you're from some other college? Where are you going? Down. You're presenting paper. They have to open first meeting.
కిందకి వెళ్తున్నారా నేను ఇక్కడే ఉంటాను
సరే నేను కనుక్కుని వస్తాను స్టే బ్యాక్
Now welcome back to the fourth technical session. Now we have with us, very familiar to our department, practicing cost accounting, Chairman ICMAI, Hyderabad chapter, CMA Kaja Jalaluddin sir. I invite sir onto the desk. I request Mrs. Shazia Sultana to come and greet sir with candle bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mrs. Bhavani as the Assistant Professor of the department to take over.
Sir also will take over.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present here. Esteemed guests, faculty, and students, it is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest for this technical session on GST 2.0 Impact on Employability. Today, we are honored to have CMA Khaja Jalaluddin sir as our speaker. He is a practicing cost accountant and the current chairman of ICMAI Hyderabad chapter. With 14 years of rich experience as a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, ICMAI, Sir is an expert in cost and management accounting, financial modeling, auditing, taxation, and GST compliance. His professional achievements include conducting cost audits for over 150 clients, including public and private limited companies across India, internal audits, and GST audits. Implementing cost record system, internal cost controls, and MIS for ERP developers in manufacturing and trading sectors. Sir is a postgraduate in commerce and business administration and a certified forensic auditor. CMA Khaja Jalaluddin sir has analytical prowess, leadership, and a passion for client success. His insights on GST reforms will undoubtedly enrich our discussions today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our sir, Mr. CMA Khaja Jalaluddin. Thank you. Now I hand over this.
Thank you, madam. So, how was the 2 days? I think today we are ending. Just we'll have a 1-2 question. What is the GST rate on educational institute? If I am having a private institute, rate? Yes. Which is having some lectures. Corporate means lectures. 18, before that was 28 to the cars and it is not using values. Second most thing, as we came, what is the employability? GSTR 2.0. We have always movies, Bahubali 1, Bahubali 2 become blockbuster. So like that, how it is impact, how it is coming with the employment. If you remember, we have a before VAT, right? CST, service tax, lot of problem was there with everyone. We have to go to this department, Pashibag, or we have another department. If you want to have a manufacturing excise department, we have to go to different department. Then for service tax, we have to go to different department. But how everything is came in a cup of tea. How it is become. And believe or not, how many practicing person, even graduate person are earning good amount with the GST. With the GST only. GST filing minimum amount in the market 1,000 rupees. It is a matter of maximum to maximum if the books of accounts are maintained properly. But anyhow, you have seen some of the hotels they have they does not require to maintain any books of account with the transaction. They can check out with the 1%, 5%. Trading, they will have a 1% up to the 1.5 crore. But the important is you should know the each and every concept. Now what I have seen, see, many of the youngsters they are starting their practice in the GST as a consultant. And now as a profession, because when you have started your practice, people will depend on you. You require every time you require updates. Update you require. Someone I think they are not filing GST returns. Only a graduate person. He will not file anything. He will only take the litigation case. One litigation case with minimum to minimum 1 lakh rupees. the litigation case come only when there is a lot of problem. I think everyone has seen GSTR 1, 2, 3, everything have happened. How it is important to understand how it is developed the practice also. We will have.
She went down.
Okay. So meanwhile, about employability.
I think she uploaded it. In the PPT. Come to folders. Come to folders.
Okay. So meanwhile,
Folders. No, she said she downloaded. Then culture. First one is culture. Community.
and how the women are getting the benefit of the GST. Now it does not require to go anywhere. We can file the GST returns. Anywhere sitting in Hyderabad, I can file any of the client from all over India. It does not require to go anywhere. Nowadays, notices are also coming with only file. What is the importance of notices now? GSTR we show as a 48 lakhs. It is linked with the income tax. GST is nothing but the PAN number. It is linked with our income tax, so they are verifying how it will be. Your TDS will be deducted. How it has been matching. How we are filing. Nowadays, what happened? TDS will be reflect on 30,000 amount for professional. If I am getting 20,000, TDS will not be reflected. But in GST, I am seeing I have to file if I receive 1,000 also. So the difference is coming in income tax and GST. We have to see how it is working. Second was thing, when you are planning to have to file GST returns, you should have each and every concept in your mind. If you don't have concept, don't worry, we have AI. Okay.
It's not taking slideshow.
Yeah, I got a GSTR 2.0 on the employability. The most important thing, direct and sector specific job growth. How it will be help for our job growth. Before GST, how it has become a lot of opportunities for the job growth. Number one, we require to have a different sector team. Service tax team will work in different team. Excise, VAT, CST, everything. But after GST came, it has become merged everyone. Or does not require. A company having a 3 units in Pashamada, in Katedam, in Banana. So what happens? That person has to produce the goods. He has to raise the invoice. Then the units are getting from one unit to another. But after GST came, you will have only a branch transfer. Right? And the one of the person only is becoming the responsibility. Another thing what happened, GST, the person has to very much active in filing on the due date. That's the reason many sectors expand due to smoother tax structure. It has become so smooth, it does not require to go in each and every site. Before that, we have a multiple site. Now only gst.gov.in, go for site, or if required any kind of update will be there in GST. We are getting each and every update the same site. So it has become a so smooth. If you have listened, for the person who is small businessman, it does not require any kind of books of account. They can file by only seeing the transaction, or if they are making any kind of invoices, they can file. So how simplified is the work? Growth seen in manufacturing, logistics and retail sectors see higher job demand. After GST came, there is a lot of opportunity. In simple word, I went to about 2 days back to one of the company. I told them, sir, in your company, how many professions are there? They told, sir, we don't have any profession. I said, how you are filing? Sir, our graduate person and postgraduate person are so much capable. But they are handling the business. Now it does not require for professional to be taken. So it is a good chance for every graduate person, they can do it. And some I have seen, many of the women I have seen, they are filing by sitting their homes. Because nowadays laptop, Wi-Fi is available, they are just calling, they are trying to working out each and everything. So it is giving us so smooth to the, and the company people also satisfied with this. Because after COVID also we have seen how many 3 days, 4 days they have to work in a house, home. Then 1 day, 2 days they will come only for presentation or what kind of a meeting they have. So it has become a so smooth. Manufacturing division does not require to work out. Logistics things have become a so comfortable. In that way, it is giving a huge demand for the employment. Companies hire professionals for tax planning and compliance. See, that's the reason they did not mention any of the professional means any can be. Nowadays, GST filing is so smooth, only for tax planning they want. And once the tax planning will come, only the person who spent some 5 years, 7 years. As soon the people become a GST consultant, what they are planning that we will earn good amount. Not about amount. It take how you spend your time, 3 years, 5 years. Because every 1 month or every year there might be a new cases will come. If you can see the parliament is going on about the tea, Italy, food items. Before that, our one of the minister has made some comment. The tea price has been reduced to the normal prices. What is the impact on the GST? That is also working. Improve business environment, attract new investment. New investment is becoming very good for the India's companies. Because what happens now, tax has become so simplified, anyone can able to understand now. It does not require to go for multiple houses now. Only one they are able to understand what is the GST and overall it lead to increased employment opportunities. Now, how it is working? Employment opportunities. See, I have told already one unit to another unit, but now that they should have an e-invoice, e-way bill has to be due. If they are not able to do e-way bill or e-invoice, if they are not done, there will be a lot of penalties also there. If anyone has made e-invoices, e-way bill, if the goods have been crossed some amount or some kilometer, they have to pay the 100% penalty. If, for example, 1 lakh product has been, they did not make an e-way bill, tax 18%, 18,000. If the department people catch, they have to pay 18,000 plus 18,000 penalty. So this kind of a thing has given a good opportunity for all of them. Second, GST compliance managers and vocational training. You have seen, after GST came, I think madam you all are also there. Before that, if any session happened related to VAT, 2017, excise. But after GST came, it has given a good opportunity for the education person. Engineer is still also doing now. Engineer college also, they want some hours of training. Companies require GST accountant and tax managers. Now the company want. When I start, I talk about GST and tax manager because there is a lot of comparison we have to do. How the income tax it is reflecting, how it is reflecting in GST. So that also has to be taken care. Vocational Training Institute introduced GST related courses. In our college only we started. Right? Many of the vocational courses of the government has started. GST training courses. Students gain practical knowledge of filing and compliances. Students can easily get practical knowledge. You have seen the GSTR1. I think they have shown the GSTR1 how it will be reflected. You have to have the party GST number. If any party don't have a GST number, it is reflected to B2C cash. Who have a GST number B2B. So it has become a practical exposure to everyone. Rise of Vocational Training Institute offering GST same. Certified GST expert get strong career opportunity. In our As a teaching also, it is giving us so much of good concept. They are becoming a regular activity for GST session. Professional service sector grows rapidly. About me only, I have started my career in 2013. We used to have a VAT and CST. Exercise we never used to do because if we want to do the exercise, I have to go to the factory. Factory means minimum 40 kilometers. Hyderabad, we don't have any factory. Hyderabad traffic also very good. We can't expect the time going in and out. But after GST came, it has become so simplified. I can sit in my office. I can ask them to please do the mail. Now after the ERP came, they are giving the ERP software to us. If I mention the user ID and password, I can easily see what the account they are making. So this kind of a thing has become so smooth. GST also become that it has giving a rapid to the professionals. Logistic. How the logistic has become important. Logistic and e-commerce sector, GST removes interstate tax barriers for goods movement. If you remember, intra and interstates, it become so good. After GST came, after 1, 2, 3 units are there. Now the does not require that. Otherwise, they have to file the CST. Other state people they have to file the CST here. Then, if we are doing, we have to transfer to the VAT. So there is a lot of things. But now, interstate business has been comfortable. Logistic companies expand warehouse and transport network. They are expanding because they are able to concentrate on their business, and the logistic has become so simple. They can open their warehouse in anywhere. In the GST website only, we can add where is our Goda, where is our additional place of business, we can add. E-commerce business grow rapidly across India. E-commerce. Because what happened, many of us ask, sir, we have a criteria of 20 lakhs. In some states, 40 lakhs. As a e-commerce, it is mandatory for me for having a GST registration. Yes, anyone can give me. I am starting now. It is mandatory. Yes, no, anything? It is not mandatory.
Actually, they are the second year students. They do GST in the final.
So you can tell, Hindi very maar sakte na. See what happens when you do online. If you are starting the business only, you have to have a GST registration. There is no turnover clinic for the online business. Because online business will go to any other states. So there is a concept that if I am making our goods from one state to another, turnover criteria is not there. E-commerce or any operator.
Online business.
Yes. Any online. So if you are planning, so in that online only, now we came now, many are coming, St.Ann, Misho, everyone. When you are starting a business, you should have a GST. Right? For online, there is no limit. Demand increase for delivery staff and supply chain managers. After GST came, people, I will tell the fact of the story. It is simplified, but it is not simplified. If my party did not file on 11th, I have already purchased the goods. I have already purchased the goods, but it did not file on 11th. I can't take them. Because I have already paid it 1 lakh rupees, including GST. I can't take until he filed GST or one before 11. Second case. In case if he did not file, I have taken the input. Department will take to you why you have taken the input. We have to reverse the input. With the interest or penalty, we have to fight. Because department can't go there because you have made the payment. So your responsibility that you have to check whether before giving the check, whether he has done the filing or not. So the companies, what they have done now, they are giving you the amount 60,000, 70,000. Balance amount they are transferring after you file the GST. Otherwise, company are not giving the GST amount to you. Simple concept they are making 1 lakh rupees plus 18% GST, 18,000 they are not paying to us. 1 lakh only they are paying. 18,000 they will pay you when the GST reflect in your GST. So because of that, many of the company are saved from the notice. If the person is not filing, they are filing behalf of the RCM, or he did not file, they are mentioned that they don't have the GST number, so they are filing on behalf of the digital platform generate technology based employment. Because what the e-commerce came, how many digital transfer become? Anyone can start the business. Because when I was filing, I have never imagined a person catching the fish is earning about lakhs of rupees in a month. He stay in the old city only, Hyderabad. I told, boss, how you are doing? Means, in Hyderabad we don't have a fish, nothing. Then sir, we will have a Kerala, we have our goods are going there. That to a lady. Only he has kept one person only in the for doing that from transport only for. Just get to the courier. For the courier purpose, he has taken a one staff. These two persons are handling the business. So how the digital platform has opened a lot of business for each and everyone. Leave about that. Anyone can start the business. A student can take care. Any of the if they are working, employment can work out on the digital platform. This sector become a major source of new jobs. After it has become a new source. I've seen many of the students while doing their graduation final year, they will go to the Saturday or Sunday the job, they will do the tally entry, right? Or otherwise, on the GST date, they will go there 11th and 20. They file the GST return for 1 day or 2 days, they will spend 3 hours maximum. They will file the return, they will keep the amount, they will come back. So it has become a new opportunity. Labor intensive manufacturing and MSME. That's the reason you have heard about MSME, how it become a MSME important. MSME has given a lot of opportunities for the new businessmen, small, how it is coming because he told about the interest rate, 0% will be there because they are getting the incentive benefit. So a lot of opportunities. You can see GST formalized small and medium enterprises. It has become a small enterprise helping. MSME gain access to large market across. It has given a large market. MSME in loan sector they have a less interest, but they should have a MSME. MSME has been linked to the Aadhaar. MSME has linked to the business enterprise. Labor intensive sector required more workshop, more workforce. In MSME also there is a rule that if you have an MSME certificate, within 30 days the company has to do the payment. If the company has not done the payment, MSME person can take action. That is the reason the company are asking us to do the mail, whether we have MSME or not. Because out of 10, anyone can be the psycho. He can file a case and it become a big problem. They have to pay the penalty, everything. So that's the reason MSME will help out for your payment. Labor intensive sector required more workforce for MSME. Textile, food processing and handicraft industry get benefit. If you are able to see after GST came, many of the textile, I remember when I go to the old city, most of it, they don't have a GST registration. I'm talking about the VAT case. At the time of VAT, they have a zero rate. No GST on the clothes. But after GST came, it has become a 5%, 12% based upon your product to product. If you are able to see two manufacturing companies, two manufacturing state, Gujarat, they all make a big hangama because of the textile of the manufacturing. So because of that reason only, it has become a good push. But now everyone are comfortable. What is their input benefit they are taking? So there is a labor textile has become important. Number two, we have never seen a food also. They used to keep the GST number. In the invoice also now, food person, hotels also keeping GST number 2.5, 2.5. Before that, it never did. But now it has become a mandatory for them. So that is helping. And what if in that case, they are able to maintain all the documents in a proper. For GST also, they want a registration number. They have to give the rental agreement. In the rental agreement also, they want owner, Aadhaar card and PAN card. Number two, they require electricity bill also. In the electricity bill also, the name should be matched with the owner. If it is not matched with the owner, you have to do the affidavit, everything you have to submit, it will be a big problem. Right? So it has become a so means every small MSME person also now they have all the records in a proper way. Otherwise, what happens, whenever person come for us, sir, we want a loan. So we have to start now. Make a dummy certificates or we have to make a study certificate which is old one. But now, whenever any person is starting their business, he is making food business, food license, trade license, MSME, GST, right? If anyone going good means he is also taking a trademark. So it becomes so mandatory for the food item. Even though we are seeing a small auto, they are also keeping a GST number food letter. Handicraft also increase after GST. Improve compliance, increase productivity. What happens whenever you follow a compliances? Your production productivity will increase. Simple word. When we are doing studying our anything, if we have a timetable, automatically our marks will be increased. We know at what time we have to study, at what time we have to spend our time on the phone, at what time we have to go to the college. Same thing. Many of them having a good compliances, their production are increasing day by day. This support job creation in local industries. In the local industries, we have a lot of good opportunities on the GST part. I am telling always, whenever you are thinking about GST or income tax, we require a continuous. I can't say I am doing from more than 2017 to till now GST filing. I am not if any new section come, if any new rate come, I have to study now. Every year budget will come. In the budget there will be some in and out. So every time we have to study. Healthcare, health and allied health professional. In the healthcare also, health industries, how it is affecting. Healthcare supply chain improve under GST. See, now they are not living anywhere. Before that, textile was not there. Some of the corporate colleges was not there. The GST, they came. Hotel came. Now healthcare also. Healthcare supply chain improve under GST. Medical equipment and service become more organized. Medical equipment, if you are able to see, before COVID, we don't have that kind of equipment. After COVID, we got a lot of good equipment to us. They are maintaining. Simple word, when you follow all the complaints, automatically your productivity, your things, your everything will be increased. Demand grow for technicians and allied health professionals. For technician for service sector also, and the technician in the hospital, right? So I'm doing some kind of a bed, right? Or they have a ICU, they have a different machines. If I'm doing any kind of a service, if my service has increased more than 20 lakhs, I have to take the GST. Right? It has become a mandatory for. So demand grows for technician and allied health professionals. Hospital expand administrative and billing department. Now after online came, everyone are able to make the payment through online. Very less people, I think nowadays we are not able to find a cash also. If anybody have a 10,000 cash in their pocket, but no one have a cash, everything is the mobile. So it has become, administrative has become so good that they have to maintain everything in a proper way. The invoices they are giving to everyone on time, on the same day. That is helping us. Health service integrate digital tax system. See, as you see, because the time it was site was selling. Now GST we can file on the mobile, right? How it has become simple way. It does not require. Before that, what happened? You have to go to website only, right? We have to go, and sometimes what happened on the last day, I have a one system. I have to sit there on the system only. because the site will not work. Especially for MCA, on the last day, we will use only one system only. In that work only we will do, because unnecessary file will come. We can't do the filing on time. But now I can file with my mobile, with my laptop, any of the if I remember my user ID password, I can file. So it has become a good digital tax system. This creates employment in healthcare support roles. Also, it is helping for our healthcare. How healthcare? See what happens when everything is simplified. No? Your health also you can concentrate, because when we go for audit also, we have to go for corporate office to check the service. For excise, we have to go to the factory to check the records. VAT, I have to go to different locations, or otherwise they will share all the working costs. But now onwards, only one GST, they give the username password, I am sitting here, I can do my work. So it has become a, you can say about digital tax system, or how it create an employment means whenever anyone join, they can have a lot of good opportunities. JIG, employability and semi-skilled work. Everyone knows we have a skilled and semi-skilled. Simplified digital platform enable JIG-based employment. JIG-based employment means simple work, what we can easily do. It is not mandatory. So nowadays, 99% GST returns are filing by non-professional. We do not require a professional to file. GST encourage online service marketplaces. I already told you, when you are planning for anything online, you can directly have the GST service marketplaces are increasing. Semi-skilled worker find opportunity in delivery and services. See what happened when the GST came. It is become a mandatory to have the GST number, whereas semi-skilled workers are also getting. See, I am getting a payment online, right? I have to pay them online. Before that, we used to have the cash. And cash we are not able to maintain a proper way. But now after digital, everything we are getting a money also on online. We are paying also online, because of that semi-skilled worker find opportunity. Otherwise, what happened? No? At that time, before, anyone used to take for in the season business, he just work for us for 15 days. Then rest of the time he has to be in the house only. But after they come, they have to be there permanent here. When the business is coming, he has to go there. Freelancer registered under GST for professional services. Before the freelancer means we know about some kind of international roles, like a faculty also, right? There is a faculty also. The time they will have a freelancer, faculty will be available. But now for GST also we can work out. Flexible work model increase workforce participation. So that's why I told you flexible work. I am going to the college, yeah, I'm going for the job, I am going for the teaching. On my convenience time, I can go to the company and file it. Only the thing I have to remember, it has to be filed on time. Gig economy become an important employment source. See what happened? Gig nothing but a small word. See nowadays, anyone can file. Still today also, as a GST fees we are collecting the cash. Small businessmen, they are paying in cash. Because yesterday I went to a shop to purchase some kind of a gift item. You already mentioned, if you have less than 500 paying cash, more than 500 online available. It means that still it is a cash is happening. So because of that, I have to purchase minimum 500 plus. Because he has to pay the cash. And the gift also, some item will be the zero rated. So that's how it will, you know. So employment sources has been increased. MSME and rural employment. See what happened? Urban we know always because we are a city urban. But rural also are working more better than us. They are able to make their product, or we are able to find out some baskets. New kinds of agriculture product ESG has came, right? How ESG is working. because of the agriculture product and the rural people are working. GST connect rural business to national market. That's why I told you, the agriculture person, a rural person, they are doing the registration. Now only normal thing we can see in the YouTube also. Now the many of the rural person they are making the videos in the YouTube channel. Same like GST when they came, they can also do their business very comfortably in urban area. Otherwise, before that, what happens? Any rural person has to have a tie-up in the urban area, urban person. Then he will charge something. Then he used to get some benefit. So now the rural person can directly connect. Small enterprises benefit from simplified tax system. See, small enterprises also now getting a benefit. Simple word. Rural person, they are not doing. They are doing a very good business. In spite of living in the villages, they are become a simplified for them. They are also able to understand. Nowadays, we can see a vegetable person, a person, cycle person also who is selling the vegetable. He is also having a Google Pay phone. Because what? We have got the digital platform. And rural entrepreneurs expand production and trade. When the things are went well, digital platform came, so anyone can do expand their production. Government support program encourage MSME. One of the good things where government is doing MSME, they are encouraging women, they are encouraging the small scale business person. They are making, if you have any kind of a business, please come here, we will help you out. Local employment opportunities, see, it is not mandatory. Before that, what happened? Many of the village person has to come to Hyderabad. Still, I have seen about 5-7 years back. Shamshabad people used to come to my office to file the GST return. But now, they got us a client. So my client has been stopped. Because now someone has started their businesses there. So because of that, they are also local person also getting a good opportunity. More local employment, reducing migration to cities. When you will have a work, you will not migrate one place to another place. This is the thing where GST has helped a lot to many of them. Women-led enterprises. How the women are leading. This is one of the best thing after GST came. In our normal profession, only I will tell about the CMA. Before 2020, boys used to take the admission, CMA was 78%. Rest of them, girls. But today, 52% are girls, 48% are boys now. How the women are taking the lead. GST promote formal registration of women business. In GST, if I am doing some kind of a registration, if the woman name is there, they have some, you can easily get the women entrepreneurs access wider market now. Before that, what happened for the women? They required a man to be there, but now they are totally do all the time only. They can go anywhere or they can do the work because the digital online is there. She can sit here and she can complete the work. So she got about access wider market. Online platform help women sell products nationally. I told her I'm seeing one of the women. She is selling the fish net, right? Well, madam, you have any idea from where are you purchasing? How much amount of profit and margin? So she told me, sir, if I know women are the best accounting, if I can manage my house, I can manage the business very well. I have done all my things. I make a somewhere saving in one dabba, another thing here, purchasing I am keeping here. So she told me, then I understand. So she is doing some work. Okay, it is not in a proper way, but she is handling and the turnover also is increasing every month. The turnover is increasing by 20%. Now she has taken a laptop. She asks me some kind of a format. When I have given a format, she is preparing in that. Yani, in simple word, they can do the nationally she is doing everywhere. Financial transparency improves credit access. This is the one thing where after digital change, You will improve the transparency. Before that, what happens when the cash is enough, we don't have how to do everything. How many customers are coming? We at the time of cash, we never used to maintain a record. But when the digital came, online platform came, we are able to see which client has came here, how much the amount we have received. Skill training program encourage women. See, if this kind of a training program is there, it obviously encourages the Eastern women-led startup and enterprises. What still there's a lot of business where startups are required. So when we have a regular session, automatically the new startup will come up. Startup ecosystem. GST simplified taxation for startup across states. This is the thing. It is not mandatory. Any of them. I am staying in Hyderabad. I want to start my business in Bangalore. I can do the registration from here. Right? I can start my business from here. What is some document? I have to require this submit. So it is become a simplified taxation for startup. Easier to operate across multiple states. I am sitting here, I can do any states I can work on. Unified tax structure, reduce compliance complexity. Before that, what happened? As myself professional, if I want to go for VAT for Bangalore, I have to study different act there. If I go to Rajasthan, they have a different filing. It means that east, west, north, south. 4 states I have to read different things. But now in GST, one I can make it easier to operate now. Multiple states I can easily do. Unified tax structure reduce compliance. See, when you have a one tax unified, then I can easily able to do it. Right? Startup scale operation faster nationwide. Because of that reason only, startups are getting regularly, they are increasing day by day. New technology and service startup emerge. If we know, before that, ChatGPT we are able to understand. After Gemini came, then every time new AI is coming, and that too something another. If we understand the prompt, what the prompt we have to give, then new AI is coming. Same like that also, new technology service started emerge. Because of that reason only, if you have a cloth itself only, the new clothes are coming now. I went to the one of the textile, so he has kept a cloth on me and he has given me the mirror. You can see how you look when you wear this cloth. Right? So like this, they are keeping in the showroom everywhere. So this kind of a technology has come. Before that, what happened? They used to keep one kapra here, one clothes here, another here, 3. So you can see in the mirror which look good on you. But now does not required. They are making stretching on you everything. Investors show greater confidence, transparent system. Now everything is online. Any of the outsider investors, they are ready to go investment in your company. Sponsor has been increased now. I've seen some of the function hall. In still now functional also, many of them, 90% people are paying online. Okay, it is a matter that X person name will go to Y. It will be the thing. But 60%, 70% still we are able to understand on what business transaction is going on. This lead to innovation driven job creation. What happens when the compliance is very comfortable, right? And you know that everything is online and tax system is simplified, then you will have a broad thinking. I can understand. Okay, why if I want to do some business in Bangalore, which market is going on? In Delhi, what is the market going on? In Ahmedabad, which market is going on? I can easily purchase, I can easily sold out. Skill development alignment. GST create demand for new tax and accounting skills. What happened? GST. That's why I told you always. I am filing for GST. I'm doing from GST for 2017. Now I'm perfect. No. new budget came or anything comes, you have to create a demand for the new tax. Nowadays, tally, there is no journal you have to pass. Only you scan automatically the system is passing the journal. Before that, in the banking, we have to keep a banking printout. We have to keep a dot and make an entry pass. You have to keep a dot, make an entry pass. Now, if you have Excel sheet or PDF, keep it in the tally. They are passing all them. So, lot of our effort has become a very less. So, this kind of a thing, how the accounting skill has become now. I've seen somewhere here also, they are just scanning the document, entry is passed. Scanning, entry is passed. Education Institute adopt curriculum whatever the GST came, Education Institute also they have made add to the syllabus. It is increasing day by day because in the graduation become mandatory for a practical training, for your theory training. Training program focus on digital compliance tools. All because I had what we have seen, the program is becoming more by more every day. Every colleges they are providing. Not even colleges, corporate are also providing. I went to some of the big PSU. They told sir, we want every 6 months one session about GST. Okay, sir, your team is working on it. Yes, our team is working. So that each and everyone gather and we have a lot of doubts. At the time we can ask. Digital accounting, now it's a big thing become digital accounting. Student gain industry ready financial system. What happened when students at the time of graduation only they are attending the session, they are doing a practical training, they are doing on the system. So obviously when you go out from the college, you can directly start something. Otherwise what happens if I think we all know, when we are pass out, we for first time we use a system. Keyboard only we have seen the way A, B, C, typing we have done. Other time we have a typewriter, right? But when we came out at the time we have seen the computer. Laptop is very good for us. Laptop means we are the rich person. So it means that now for students, you are learning, you are understanding the concept before graduation. Professional certification gain important because when you get the certificate, it is automatically giving the confidence on you and giving a good boost on your resume CV also. Skill alignment improves employability in modern industries. What happens continues if you have some kind of a skill training, skill alignment program, your level will be increased. Overall confusion. Now I will disturb to everyone. Hands to the YouTubers now. I will not be here. Now hello. Now I will come out. Each and everyone has to, I will make them to stand up and you have to give me some kind of a clarity. GST Act as a catalyst for employment generation. Believe. What is the promote means? Madam has already told. Anyone have listened? Employment. Next, we'll have a formalization of economy. Right, it has become. Not anyone can start up their business. Right? Skill development. Now I want this last. Are you only? What is the skill development? Okay. Anyone from the last row? Okay. See, I am very good in, if anyone did not give me the reply now, I am very good in making them to exercise. Yes, can you speak louder?
Getting the knowledge about GST.
Knowledge of GST or any kind of skill you have to do. Entrepreneurship, everyone from youngsters around. Right, startup. Have you seen how many startups have increased? Do you have any plan for startup?
Yes.
Anyone have a startup plan?
Yes.
Can you please?
I already have a startup.
Also, what kind of a document you have taken for startup?
Not registered, but it is just an online plan, service based, and I just started it.
See what happens nowadays? See, registration is simple. You can also do it. I will tell you startup, not just have a thing. If you did not do startup, good comparison, registration not have done. I have seen one of the big case, Mountain Dew. Everyone on the cool drink. It was actually the Hyderabad person with a water plant company. He has not done the trademark. He has a property of, at that time, I'm talking about 15 years back, he has a property of 15 crore. But the Mountain Dew has done all the documentation everywhere in a proper way. They have filed a case. They have lost. Fighting with the lions by the rat, right? Now that 15 crore leave it out. Now if I'm not wrong today, his property will be 100 to 120 crore. Now he's in zero. If he win the case, he will get the average amount. But when you are trying for any kind of a business, try to make startup documentation proper. Because anyone can file anytime anything. Because your business will totally become a digital platform. If you make your name also, because without Instagram, without social media, our business is not able to promote. Create opportunity across youngsters. Any plan for any other states? No plan? Now only you have to plan. You only urban and rural sector, give me any one example. Just I want them to be speak something. You can give anything. We will not score to you. Any idea? Urban and rural sector. Because my last life. Agriculture. Textiles. Handicrafts. Because they are increasing. Because of them. Skilled and semi-skilled workforce. Right? Because what happened? After this GST came, many of the semi-skilled have seen. I've seen some of the person, they are not a graduate, but they are earning more than lakhs of rupees. Because you know what happens when semi-skilled person, if he has the knowledge, but he is a normal person, he will roam anywhere. Right? Next, strong impact on India. This I want, madam, you are taking continuously using the phone. Because you are the person who is handling in a proper way. So what the impact will be there on India after GST? You have to tell me. That's why I'm telling, because she's handling so much of patience. I feel she has not stopped hand like that also.
Simplified GST. Simplified GST.
So do you have, it means the impact on the India?
Yes.
How? All the states?
Yes.
One rate. It does not require to do a lot of homework now. Long-term employment, obviously. See, this is the thing, what exactly GST is demanding on employment. It does not require that you have a professional degree. If you know the concept of GST, you can easily work on it very good properly. Thank you. I think this is my life flight. No problem.
On behalf of St.Ann College for Women and the organizing committee, I extend our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guest CMA Kajal Jalaluddin for his insightful guidance and leadership throughout this enlightening session on GST 2.0 Impact on Employability. Your expertise in cost accounting, GST compliances, and management accounting has elevated our discussions, especially on GST compliances, managers and vocational training, logistics and e-commerce sectors, labor-intensive manufacturing in MSME, and rural employment, gig employability, women-led enterprises, startup ecosystem, skill development, alignment. These things are very, means we are getting a lot of knowledge from your delivery, sir. Thank you so much for the session. Thank you, sir.
So truly this is a useful session. We are planning to have the similar session when final years come next year. So that this information will be, because you spoke about employability, how much employability we can create through this GST and how it is useful for the students also. So we'll see, sir, how best we can work on it. And it's time to honor our guest. I request Mrs. Saujanya, Assistant Professor, to do the honor. Please come forward, sir.
No problem, comfortable.
So what's the name?
We shall proceed to session 4, presentations. I request Mrs. Supriya, Assistant Professor, to take over.
Email address. I will share it right now.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session on the topic GST 2.0 Impact on Employability. Today's session focuses on understanding how the evolving framework of GST 2.0 is reshaping job opportunities, skill requirements, and the future workforce in India. I extend a warm welcome to our respected judges, faculty members, and all the participants. Before we begin, let me briefly outline the flow of the session. Each participant will be given 8 minutes for their presentation, followed by a 2-minute question and answer session. I request all the presenters to kindly adhere to the time limit. Now I request Dr. Jayashree Patil ma'am to present her paper.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, St.Ann, for this opportunity. Dignitaries, technical chairperson, principal, conveners, my dear colleagues, friends, and students. Yeah. So here we are discussing. I'm really thankful for the earlier speakers to have our job very easy by stressing on women, led entrepreneurs and what GST has done to this country. So I would not read everything in the slide because I believe I'm not from accounts or commerce. Though I work in Commerce College, Hinduja College in Mumbai, but I'm a faculty of economics. So let me just distinguish or stress little on research. When we do any research is a post-mortem. That means something must have happened to analyze. We do not analyze anything in anticipation. Okay, only extrapolation can be done. So when GST was first introduced, it was 2017. So there is a lot of time which has happened. GST 2.0 is quite new for analysis. Okay, so it is September 25. So not much time for us to analyze, but we can highlight some case studies which we feel have been benefited. Not alone by GST, but the infrastructure that India has provided. Okay, so such select women-led entrepreneurs cases we have taken. Certainly, they are benefited by the infrastructure. So we are not stressing on the impact of GST as such. So GST is one aspect which has impact. Okay, but GST 2.0, it's too early to comment on that what impact it has got. Okay, on particular select studies. So let me clarify. That's why I thought I will clarify. When it comes to the core research, we only comment or we only claim that yes, there is a significant change been seen, but it's too early to say that it is 2.0 GST. Okay, only that disclaimer. So we have taken the case studies. Yeah. This I can use. Yeah. Yeah. You can go to the first case. This I can use. So women-led entrepreneurs, basically in India, presently about 32% are women-led entrepreneurs, and across globe it also, if you look at by and large, about more than 20% is about 30% women-led businesses we can see. So India is not lagging behind. It's a good news, right? And coming to the first impressive case study, we will talk about Dr. Geeta Manjunath and her healthcare with AI. So what we mean to say that women are not only idli vada chai money. Okay, not small startups. The girls sitting in the auditorium, you're promising you've got a great future, as sir has rightly said. It's not, we are not only idli vada, mirchi bhaji and chai pani. We are not only needle and purses and the handicraft. We're much more than that. and we are having high-tech women-led entrepreneurs, yeah, startups. Okay, so we have the first case, very impressive one, the Geeta Manjunath. She founded Niramai Health Analytics in 2016 and utilizing AI and thermal imaging to create thermalytics. So basically, just to abide to the time limit, what was that? The earlier mammogram to check whether there is a breast cancer, it was very difficult in terms of it had radiation and also it was painful for a patient. So this thermal imaging that she has used in her, the technique that she has used is just simple image where the temperature will tell whether there is a further need of investigation. So this is not only very creative thought, but also we can see that with that, a lot of hospitals, it's a Bangalore-based deep tech venture successfully validated. Now most of the hospitals, they're using it. And it is also available in mobile vans. Yeah. So it is easy. You don't have to go to the hospital. Here also, since yours is a women college, you can invite them, they will do it, screening. So it has contribution to the human life in terms of a service, right? The second impressive we all know is Falguni Nair. So she was 20 years investment, 25 years career in investment banking. Then she founded Nika in 2012. And we know the rest is a history, that it is very impressive business. Smartly she is doing it. So it's not, we are not only, women are not only small entrepreneurs. They are able to do much more, okay, in a men dominating businesses also. So the growth is, and she has created omni channels, and age is just a number for an entrepreneur. Yeah, we don't need to be having a startup. We don't need to be 20-year-old. Yeah, after having the completely different experience of investment banker, she has done it. Then third case is Harshali, and it was about Swami Samartha farmers producers company. This is from Sambhajinagar, earlier Aurangabad in Maharashtra. And she moved, she worked on the women farmers, that is basically from invisible labor. She made them formal stakeholders and decision makers of a farmer producing company. And from the typical patriarchal norms, she struggled and made them real farmers. So that change management tactics she handled and benefited. It was basically a formal inclusion, social inclusion, financial inclusion model. And she actually, what we can see in her startup is a grassroots change, social change. The fourth case that is impressive is Advaita Birla, a manufacturing revolution led by self-help group. It is called UJAS. So this business is a green manufacturing units producing reusable cloth sanitary pad. So let us come to the environment. After plastic and whatever carbon monoxide that we release, the human race is supposed to do all the pollution of this planet. Clothes are one of the second, it is considered to be the second largest polluter. And coming to the sanitary pad is difficult for women to discard them. Moreover, they will create pollution. By the way, it's a bio-waste. So we need not, it cannot be thrown just in a green or whatever segregation that we get, right? So everybody will not have institutions at home, even workplaces don't have, and it's difficult to manage. Energy consumption, several problems. So there was a thought that a lot of NGOs were working that there should be a reusable. And they came up with so this startup, UJAS, they came up with reusable sanitary pad. And the annual income of women, which actually earlier was zero, they could make it up to minimum 75,000. So that is again impressive. It's social entrepreneurship. Women having a motherly heart is not I grow, but also we all reach out our hands for success. So fifth case study is about building climate intelligence infrastructure. It is about again high-tech thing to it is about projecting or predicting rains and climate, which is all the sectors of the economy will need, farmers need, aviation needs, and again that is impressively built by women. And the case study 7 is basically wonderful thing. A Laurel Mahindra Logistic women-led warehouse where everybody is women. Everybody. The entire supply chain is all women, and they do follow POSH and all these safety measures, and they are doing it very impressively. And the last one we talk about is Ruchi Karla's is B2B fintech empire, Oxyzone. And because I'm getting indication that we need to wrap up, what we can basically see the cross case comparison. The women-led entrepreneurs and startups in India from 2024-26, we took those who are shining and the present rich and complex tapestry of achievement. They are not merely participating in the economy, they are actively reshaping it, building resilience businesses, challenging systemic inequalities, and creating more inclusive and innovative future for all. The path forward requires a continued, multi-pronged effort from policymakers, investors, and corporations to build on this momentum and unlock the full potential of women entrepreneurs as architects of India's growth story. So it's very promising, and definitely the India's infrastructure is definitely helping women-led entrepreneurs, and this kind of reforms that they happen in tax definitely help women to save more, in terms of earn more, in terms of having more profits, and then they are reinvested, and that's how all the economy gets channelized. So women are great contributors, and salute to them. Thank you very much for this.
A line on the POSH for the benefit for all the women.
Yeah, POSH is basically there was a quickly short story. There was a woman in Rajasthan. On her name, she was an Anganwadi worker, and some people were harassing her because she was reporting some black marketing and some corruption, and because of which what happened, they harassed her and they couldn't stop her, so finally they raped her, because that's the most gruesome thing that you can do to anybody after after ending somebody's life. So there was a committee which was set up, and on her name there was set up, they're called Vishakha guidelines, and based on that Vishakha guidelines, the parliament passed the act called POSH, POSH, the Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplaces. It is applicable for anybody and everybody at the workplace. At the workplace, your college is also a workplace. Where we work is a workplace. Even a security guard or the bus driver that drops the child, or iron mask, anybody is inclusive in that. Even a pizza person, if he drops it at your doorstep, he becomes a part of POSH. So POSH is basically for prevention of sexual harassment. So why that particular, they are saying that compliant of POSH is because when they are working like a man in the men's field, then safety and security of women is important, and that's why they highlighted that yes, we are allowing women, but with all safety security measures, and they are compliant by POSH. That means there are enough awareness programs of everybody's taken. That means I should know as a woman what are my rights under POSH, and man should also know that what is POSH. Why? Many times if somebody says I'm beautiful, will it be covered under POSH? Yes, if I don't like it. So man will not know, he will casually say, but he doesn't have to say unless he doesn't know that woman, whether she will, how, it is an impact what is important, not an action. So if she doesn't like it, that means it is a case. So that awareness program is important, and they give a lot of importance to this. It's not only physical harm, it is also emotional trauma that one will go through, right? So that POSH is, because it's a men's field and the women work there. So thank you. Thank you for this question.
Yeah, and you can know about what is the benefit for independent director for women? Anyway, now independent director, every company 1/3 will be the one woman independent director. This is a good employment opportunity. Please try for look out on the Google. Anyway, independent director is good. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I will also. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayashree ma'am, for that insightful presentation. Moving on to the next presenter, I would request Ms. P. Durga Rani ma'am. Her student would be presenting today, Ms. Niharika. Yes. Kindly come and present it.
Good afternoon to respected dignitaries
and my fellow presenters. I am P. Niharika, a BBA second year student from Badluka College of Commerce and Arts. Today I will be presenting the paper based on the title Women-Owned Businesses under India's GST regime, Compliance Gaps and Inclusive Reform Strategies. If you move on to the introduction, the GST was introduced with the concept of one nation, one tax to simplify the India's tax system. It created a uniform indirect tax structure, but for women entrepreneurs, especially in MSMEs, the GST compliance can be difficult. Requirements such as online filing, e-invoicing, and digital record keeping have often created problem for the women entrepreneurs because they face difficulties in digital due to digital literacy gaps and limited resources and the dependence on tax. The objectives of this study are first to understand the awareness of the government schemes for women entrepreneurs, to evaluate the role of GST policies, and to examine the business growth under GST. Fourth is to identify the GST compliance gaps. In my research gap, I have found out that most previous studies have focused on the general challenges like finance, competition, and social barriers. But limited attention has been given to the tax compliance under GST. So this study fills that gap by examining the digital filing difficulties and administrative burden. So I have considered certain secondary papers wherein the secondary data was provided, and using those data, we have several percentages which can be seen. First one is the awareness and the government schemes. The data shows that about more than 80% of the respondents have some awareness of the government schemes. However, the remaining 17% are still unaware of the schemes. And we have also the GST and financial inclusion, wherein GST has improved the formalization of businesses. Around 84% of the respondents reported that GST has helped them become part of the formal economy. But also the 63% also said that GST registrations improved access to bank loans because registered businesses are considered more reliable. Coming to business growth, about 58% of the respondents have reported moderate or significant growth after GST. The retail and service sectors dominate among women-owned businesses, while manufacturing and handicrafts have lower participation. If we come to compliance challenges, most women entrepreneurs are moderately compliant with GST, but many still face the difficulties. So the major problem are the complex filing procedures, the lack of GST knowledge, high compliance costs, and the technical issues. To conclude, GST has helped women-owned businesses become formal and improve access to finance, but the compliance challenges remain significant. Simplified GST procedure, digital training, and stronger support system are needed for this inclusive. Thank you.
Can you let me know what is the GST registration document you required? GST registration document.
I have not gone through that.
Why you did not cover the some case studies?
Actually, there are, like on the whole, if you look at it, there are certain sectors wherein women, like small, especially the small sector wherein women, like especially handicrafts, they are not having enough awareness about the GST. So, like I couldn't come through the case studies, but when I looked at the data, I got to know that the small sectors or the medium sectors wherein in the MSMEs, wherein the women entrepreneurs are involved, they have not enough knowledge about how to file the GSTs. So they depend on the accountants, the intermediaries, to file the GSTs. So that is one of the problems for women that I wanted to highlight in the research.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Niharika, for that informative session. Moving on to the next presentation, I request Parinita and Sanskriti, who is online. Please share your screen, ma'am. Unmute yourself and please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. You want us to is there?
Yes.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Do you want?
You can start your presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Yes. Yes, it is visible. Please.
Yes.
You can continue with your presentation.
A very warm morning to everyone. I am Mehdipatnam from the Honors First Year Agriculture. We have Sanskriti Jagat present on a research paper titled GST 2.0 Reforms and Employability in E-commerce Logistics in Telangana. As an instance, how GST reforms and the growth of logistics, e-commerce logistics are creating new employment opportunities.
The goods and services tax was introduced in India in 2017 to simplify the indirect taxation system by replacing the other indirect taxes. GST reforms aim to improve transparency, efficiency, and digital compliance. And also at the same time, the rapid growth of e-commerce platforms has increased the demand for logistics and the other delivery services. This expansion has led to the creation of large number of gig employment opportunities.
When we talk about gig economy in e-commerce logistics, the gig economy refers to short-term and flexible employment usually provided through digital platforms. It basically includes delivery partners, warehouse workers, and last-mile operators. These platforms help companies manage fluctuating demand efficiently while also providing flexible income opportunities to the workers.
Through this research paper, we have identified the research gap. The most existing studies focus on GST reforms and the gig economy at the national level. There is a limited research on regional employment impact, especially in specific states. Telangana and particularly Hyderabad has seen rapid growth in logistics and e-commerce infrastructure. Thus, this study focuses on relationship between GST 2.0 reforms and gig employment growth in Telangana.
We have two main research objectives in our study. The first, to examine the impact of GST 2.0 reforms on the growth of e-commerce logistics sector. Second, to analyze the growth of employability in the e-commerce logistics sector in Telangana.
The methodology that we used was descriptive and analytical research design. It is based on secondary data sources, including government reports, media publications, academic journals, and industry reports. The trend and comparative analysis were used to understand the growth patterns in gig employment and e-commerce.
Data analysis, national trends. The analysis shows that gig workforce in India is growing rapidly. It increased from 6.8 million in 2020 to 9.8 million in 2023 and is projected to reach 23.5 million by 2030. Similarly, the e-commerce market grew from $50 billion in 2020 to $84 billion in 2023 and is expected to reach $111 billion. This shows a strong link between the growth of digital economy and gig employment opportunities.
These are the Telangana gig employment trends. In Telangana, the gig employment in the e-commerce logistics sector has shown steady growth. The growth of gig workers increased from 45,000 in 2020 to around 85,000 in 2024, which is approximately 89% growth. This reflects the expansion of logistics infrastructure and increasing demand for faster delivery services.
key findings based on our analysis as follows. Which workforce media is expanding rapidly and is expected to grow further. Expansion of e-commerce will increase demand for logistics workers. The e-commerce and logistics sector contributes around 35% of total Indian jobs. Telangana is emerging as an important logistics employment hub. GST reforms have improved supply chain efficiency and also interstate trade. However, gig workers still face challenges such as income instability and lack of social security.
Based on these findings, a few important suggestions can be made. There is a need to introduce social security schemes such as insurance and retirement benefits for the gig workers. Providing skill development and digital training can improve their employability and income opportunities. And also further expanding logistics infrastructure and digital connectivity will support the sector growth. Also ensuring fair wages and better working conditions through proper regulation is very essential. So in conclusion, GST reforms and the rapid growth of e-commerce sectors have significantly increased gig employment opportunities, particularly in Telangana. However, ensuring worker welfare and economic security remains important and sustainable for growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please let me know in how much the Telangana is planning to invest in employability? Telangana is planning to invest.
Yes.
Telangana is making a huge investment.
Yes, we cannot cover that.
Sorry. Just tell me how much the investment is normally, approximately.
Telangana is it is planning to invest approximately 7,000 crores in the GST.
And how much the job we are expecting from them?
Sorry?
How many the job opportunities? With reference to, because Telangana has made a big presentation. Okay, ma, thank you.
Thank you, Paramita and Samskriti for the informative session. I now request Joshna Ma'am from Dhanvantari Institute of Management Sciences to present her paper from Kottagulu. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Share your screen. Kindly on the video also, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am. It is not audible. Share your screen, please.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone, the chairperson, dignitaries of the session, co-presenters. I'm Yosna. I'm the Institute of Management Sciences Assistant Director for 20 Human Made Enterprises in India. Yeah. GST introduced in 2017 unified multiple indirect taxes into a single tax system. This has reduced the tax effect of tax and improved transparency in business operations, and the space of GST is 2.0 enhanced digital tax compliance mechanisms. The key digital tools include e-bills, e-invoicing, and automated reconciliation systems. These reforms promote the formalization and accountability of businesses. Women-led enterprises play an important role in India's medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises sectors. Women entrepreneurs contribute significantly to employment generation in rural and semi-urban areas. GST 2.0 impacts business confidence, workforce skills, employment passions, and enterprise growth. The literature of the research is it studies that GST improve tax efficiency and transparency and help broaden the tax base and encourage business formalization. The research on micro, small, and medium enterprises indicates better access to credit, transparent financial reports, and also studies show that women entrepreneurship highlight challenges such as limited digital literacy. Other barriers include capital constraints and regulatory complexities. These challenges influence the growth and sustainability of women-led enterprises. With that, what I have found in the research is most of the microeconomic impacts of GST reforms, and this limited studies analyzes the micro-level employment effects of women-owned businesses. The relationship between tax reforms and employability in women-led enterprises remains unexplored. And the gap, by examining the research, the gap what I have found is employee generation after digital compliance reforms, and there is an improved tax transparency. And objectives of the study are it examines the impact of GST 2.1 employment generation in women-led enterprises, and it analyzes the shift from informal to formal employment after GST implementation, evaluation of GST compliance challenges in the hiring capacity of women enterprises, and suggests policy measures to strengthen inclusive employability in women-led businesses. And the methodology what I have used is both descriptive and analytical, and sample size applicant is 120, and this is the convention sample because I found it very easy to make any data analysis based on the very minimum, and I found this sample size suitable for this study. And the employment change after GST 2.0 is more than half of the enterprises reported growth in employment after GST 2.0 implementation. Employment increased by 58%, and there is no change of 10%, and employment decreased by 50% also. And formalization workforce. If you can see the chart clearly shows the employment. Formal employment increased by 32% to 55% after GST 2.0 was introduced, while informal employment decreased from 68% to 45%, indicating improved workforce formalization. This means digital compliance has a meaningful impact on employment growth, and the null hypothesis is rejected. The discussions of the study is GST 2.0 has promoted business transparency and scalability, facilitating structured employment growth. Micro enterprises face this proportionate compliance burdens, and urban-based enterprises adapt faster due to better digital infrastructure. The major findings of the study are increased government job creation cost, greater demand for digitally skilled employees, improved access to institutional finance, compliance cost impact micro enterprises, rural entrepreneurs require stronger digital support, and the policy implications what we can suggest is digital literacy training programs for women entrepreneurs, simplified compliance norms for micro enterprises, financial incentives for technology adoption, and strengthening micro, small, and medium enterprises advisory services, promotion of gender inclusive tax policies also. And this I would like to conclude. GST 2.0 has encouraged formalization and employment growth in women-led enterprises to improve digital access and simplified compliance systems. It can further promote inclusive and sustainable economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. One question: what are the government are taking an initiative for the employability? Yeah, ma'am. My voice is audible, ma'am. Yes, madam. Are you
No, your voice is echo.
Yeah, now madam is clear. What are the government taking the initiative for the job? The government are taking the initiative.
Technical?
No. Can you let me know any of the initiatives or any of the what the government are taking the initiative for the job? Employability. What are the government support doing?
Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, no voice is clear now.
Okay, sir is asking about government initiatives regarding employment.
Initiatives. There are many government policies like bootcamp and compliance environment which need to be impacted, and also online platforms and other government policies which are useful for semi-urban and also rural area women enterprises, entrepreneurs. Ministry of MSME, annual MSME, NITI, NITI Aayog reports, NITI Aayog schools and all.
We'll the next.
Thank you, Joshna ma'am, for your presentation. Now I call upon the next presenter, Safia and Rajeshri from St.Ann's College for Women. A very good afternoon to the respected chairperson, distinguished delegates, and everyone else present here. So, to begin with, I would like you all to imagine running a small shop for many years using a single notebook and a calculator. And suddenly then you are required to manage taxes through the use of complex digital systems. Okay? For small traders, this is not just an imagination. In today's world, this has become the daily barrier which they are facing after the introduction of goods and service tax. Today, we are presenting our research on the digital literacy barriers to GST among the small shareholders in Hyderabad. So, I would like to give you the overview about what our presentation is actually about. So, the goods and service tax was introduced on 1st July 2017 by the Indian government to create one unified tax system across the country and to simplify the indirect taxes. So GST, as Sir has basically mentioned, that the GST have replaced several other taxes such as the VAT, service tax, excise duties, and outright duties, etc. The main idea of GST when it got introduced was one nation, one tax, and one market. Over the time, as the GST has evolved digitally quite a lot, and recently, as the government has also established GST 2.0 reforms, which have been mostly playing a more important role and has been acting on significant AI-based audits, and also about real-time-based tax reporting, and also about expanding the electronic invoicing requirements, which is quite essential for almost all the sectors of the economy. All these reforms aim to improve the transparency and efficiency for GST filings and tax repayments. However, the GST has successfully completed a nice level at the national level. It has also created some of the challenges for small traders, especially those who have limited digital skills. And this issue is kind of very visible in the traditional markets of Hyderabad, such as King Koti, Begum Bazaar, Abbott, and Sultan Bazaar, where most of the economy of Telangana state thrives a lot. Not even in lakhs, in crores. The daily turnover is based on many crores.
And most of the businesses in these traditional markets are family-owned businesses which have been carried for a long decades. Many of which still rely on manual account record keeping and traditional accounting methods such as khata book, etc. And most of the traders in these areas basically have limited digital literacy, such as using smartphones, computers, and using online systems. However, the GST compliance today requires the traders to log in into the GST portal, filing GSTR Form 1, GSTR Form 3B filings, and also making online tax payments and filing GST returns. And last but not the least, the important and significant thing is electronic invoices, generating the electronic invoices. All these activities requires the digital literacy, which means the ability to use the online systems. For many small traders, this shift from manual to the digital system has created lot of trouble because of limited digital knowledge. Now let us briefly look at the objectives of our study. There are basically three main objectives. The first one is to identify the key literacy barriers which have been preventing the small traders in Hyderabad, specifically in the markets like Begum Bazaar and Abbots, from completing the essential GST requirements or tasks such as portal registration, GSTR 3B filing, e-invoicing, and FTC claims. And the second is to assess the extent of digital dependency among the small traders, measuring how many rely on accountants. As this business owners or the small traders doesn't have the digital knowledge, they have been depending a lot on consultants and accountants for GST filing and returns. And our third main objective, which is not last but the least, to recommend the practical solutions such as setting such as providing language workshops so that it would be easy, and and also introducing more workshops so that the small traders could get hands-on experience on how the GST works. And let's now understand the main literacy barriers which have been faced by the traders. And the first barrier is the lack of technical skills. Many of the small traders in these traditional markets have the fear of using the GST or knowing about GST and also about using the digital systems, because they are a fear like, what if something happens wrong by us? What if we click something or if any much more amount gets deducted, etc. And because the GST portal contains so many difficult terms such as hesitancy codes, reverse charge mechanism, and ITC reconciliation, which can be very confusing for the small traders. And the second barrier is poor digital infrastructure. Many traders still depend on mobile hotspots and broadband connections, which often leads to session timers and portal errors while filing the GST. The third, which is a very significant barrier, is language difficulty. Although the GST portals provides regional language options for the traders, but many technical instructions still appears in English in the website. This creates a lot of confusion for the traders who primarily communicate in Telugu, Hindi, or Urdu on daily basis. Because of these challenges, many of the traders have become independent on intermediaries such as tax consultants and cyber cafes to complete the GST filings. However, this dependency on the consultants and intermediaries has been increasing the financial costs and have been reducing the dependence in managing the business compliance. With this understanding of the challenges, I would like to invite my partner to continue.
So I'll quickly tell the percentages. So GST 2.0 reform has introduced advanced monitoring systems like AI-powered tax audits, real-time invoice validation, automatic ITC centers, that is input tax credit matching. So okay, so let me say, for example, when we say e-invoicing, so the invoicing, the government requires the businesses to convert the invoices into digital format, that is attaching a reference number or a specific QR code. So This increases the transparency but also increases the complexity because it requires for making it in digital format it requires accounting software technical knowledge that the current small traders do not possess. Next. So we have key findings that is around 18 to 27% of the street vendors are digitally inactive and around 32 to 42 retail traders find that the GST is more complex than the tax systems and around 50% of the MSMEs rely on the mobile networks. There are no proper networks for them. When we talk about penalties, they are scared of the penalties. That is, for late filing, ₹50 is to be fined for daily plus interest, and general violations can charge up to 25,000. So for psychological barriers, I have much to say, but I can say that they're scared of making mistakes on the online platforms due to concern of online frauds and securities. So when I talk about solutions, we have highlighted 4 main solutions. That first is the government should introduce digital literacy training programs. That this trainings should be hands-on and practical, so that the GST task is explained to the users with step-by-step guidance. Next, simplified mobile applications. This mobile applications could include voice assistance, simple user interface, and reminders for the deadlines and facilitation centers. This facilitation centers can be made into major markets like Begum Bazaar, Ebbets, or Forty. This should include free assistance, digital assistance, and also proper internet access for the people who are facing it. And last, policy making. When the policies are made, they should understand that it should be as simple as that. So the because the economy is filled with many types of people. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the GST and GST 2.0 are more focused on the modernization of the Indian tax systems. So empowering small traders with digital knowledge is not just about empowering the GST compliance. It's about creating a stronger economy which is more exclusive and a faster growing economy. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Can you give me any kind of advice? I am a Begum Bazaar market person, right? So what the advice you want to give me for a GST simplifying?
Now
I require advice now. You are my consultant. Advise me what should I do?
First, for GST filing, I would ask for the necessary documents. The document should include basic things like Aadhaar card, PAN card.
I require advice, not registration.
Sir, can I continue?
Yes, please.
Sir, like as you have asked for the advice, as you have mentioned in our presentation, that there should be some programs to be conducted because the small traders aren't even aware of GST filings, and many of the traders have not been filing GST on time. Even if they are missing the deadlines, even if they are getting the penalties levied on them, still they have no they are not aware of what is the penalty, what is GST, and how the GST
I am a
process.
Begum Bazaar person. I know about my counter only.
No, sir,
For that only I am appointed to you. I will pay the fees. Shall I go for GST or not?
No, sir, as I am telling, so there should be centers established in these areas where they are being guided. They have been guided by the GST experts. As you have told, the graduates have been getting the knowledge of GST. So the graduates who are like experienced in GST, at least they have studied a completed course on GST. They could at least guide such small traders through which even the GST filings would increase, and also the small traders won't be much reliant on the accountants or tax consultants.
So you mean that shall I go for GST registration or not?
Yes. As my customer, if at all you consult me for any suggestion, the first thing I would ask is your net income, how much you are earning. Based on that, if it is liable to be paid for the GST, then definitely I will suggest, but not with the
complicated procedures with the easy method of applying for a GST. And I would take a laptop and do it and give a copy in a try.
You both of you, how many GST returns are there?
Sorry, sir, we are quite new to the subject and we are going to. We can answer it next semester. Yeah, the next semester.
You mentioned already you have covered 2 GST returns.
Oh, two.
Tell me.
GST 1 and GST 2.1.
How many returns? GSTR 1?
GSTR 1 and GSTR 3.
Okay, 1 for what?
For GST 5. Temporary.
See, in GST, every month we have a GSTR 1, GSTR 2, GSTR 3. 1 for sale, 2 for purchase, 3 for liability. Means 1 minus 2, whether I required to pay the tax or not. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia and Rajeshri, for your presentation. Now I call upon the next presenter is Rachana and K. Harini from St.Ann College for Women. I also request Sunita Nandakumar ma'am. She is also an assistant professor, Department of Commerce, St.Ann College for Women, who is also a co-presenter for this paper.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, faculty members, and my dear friends. I, K. Harini, along with my co-presenter Rachna Sharanya, are here to present our research paper under the guidance of Mrs. Sunita Nanda. The title of our study is Women-Led Enterprises under GST 2.0, How GST 2.0 Impacts Women Employment and Skill Development in Telangana. So before diving into our topic, I would like to basically give a glance about pre-GST and then post-GST and how GST 2.0 has related to our topic. And then pre-GST before 2017, as sir mentioned, there are many taxes which were making the tax system complicated and confused. And back then also there was low employment for women, as they did got more exposure about the opportunities that they have. Post GST 2017, all the taxes were combined into one, and it was made into unified tax system. And that is when women were realizing and getting to know more about their opportunities. And now GST 2.0, in the limits to our topic, focuses on transforming informal sectors into formal sectors, and informal sectors into formal sectors, and there is much more of improved employment. Speaking about the main objectives of paper, we aim to understand how women-led home businesses are transforming into more formal and sustainable way, and also to understand how women are into digital literacy and eliminating the dominance of middlemen, and also how formalization led to better job security, creating them more benefits and opportunities, and also going for gender equality. And also to understand the impact of initiatives by government like Startup India, Skill India, and Stand Up India, and to identify how women overcome financial barriers and access formal credit. Let me begin with the Telangana entrepreneurial landscape. Telangana is one of the rapidly growing industries with strong sectors like IT, pharmaceuticals, and manufacturers. The state has created a supportive ecosystem for entrepreneurship through initiatives like We Have MSME Parks for Women and digital literacy programs. Along with this, the presence of T-Hub, one of India's largest startup incubators, further strengthens innovation and startup growth. These efforts have significantly encouraged women to step into entrepreneurship and build sustainable businesses. Speaking about the main aspect of paper, that is the research methodology. The research design of our paper focuses on analyzing the impact of GST 2.0 on women entrepreneurship in Telangana, and we also aim to understand the changes in their business operations and financial practices. Speaking about the data collection, we prepared a structured questionnaire which was distributed online through Google Forms. Also, we conducted a field survey in the village of Mehdipatnam for the responses from rural women entrepreneurs. This helped us in giving surveys in more diversified way, looking into different business structures that women carry out. We also use secondary data like online reports, articles, and information provided on internet for better understanding and clarity in our research.
The sample size consists of 100 responses we received from the women entrepreneurs from local areas like Attapur, Kukatpalli, Megaguda, and through online responses. We adopted a mixed method approach by combining quantitative survey data with qualitative insights, allowing a deeper and more comprehensive analysis of findings. Also, speaking about the most relevant case study, that is the legit Papad, though it was established much before GST, that is in 1959. We can say that after the implementation of GST, that to GST 2.0, it is now formalized into a formal sector business, which shows that the GST 2.0 is working towards its claims, that is developing home-based businesses into more formal, creating women a safe environment. Also, speaking about the employment aspect of the business, it provides employment to rural women, which creates them a sense of financial independence. The rural and semi-urban women are benefited through such businesses, and also it helps in skill development of women, like giving exposure to in business environments, financial aspects, and also getting into the manufacturing industry.
Moving on to the key findings of our study, we found that large number of women entrepreneurs are shifting towards formalization, with many registering under GST. This has helped to improve their business credibility and trust among the customers and as well as financial institutions. Additionally, GST has enabled better access to institutional finance, allowing women entrepreneurs to connect with formal banking system. Our study also shows that GST 2.0 has improved digital literacy, reduced dependence on middlemen, and increased financial independence.
Finally, I'd like to conclude by saying that GST 2.0 has improved digital literacy among women entrepreneurs and also has created a sense of awareness among them. It enhances entrepreneurial skills and connectivity. Women are now better connected to government through initiatives like Startup India, Skill India, and Stand Up India. Finally, GST 2.0 provides mechanisms to overcome financial constraints. Women entrepreneurs now have better access to formal credit systems, which help them expand their business and improve their financial literacy and sources of funds. Thank you.
So you have done some homework on Google Drive, Google, everything you have sent? Means you have done working on Google Forms?
Yes, sir.
Can you have a show?
We speak about it. We had a structured questionnaires for urban. We asked them questions like, are they aware of GST? When did they register? That is after 2020 or recently after GST 2.0. After GST 2.0, like what were the benefits they achieved after registering? What were the number of employees that they had before and after?
In the research methodology, it is there. The paper, it is there.
Okay.
Also, there were questions about how would they file their returns. Now, with GST 2.0, mainly we focus saying that returns filing has become online. So we tried to ask them about did they attend any skill development courses to learn how to file the returns online. We aimed at learning that, and also we asked them questions like did your business benefit after registering into GST? And coming to rural, our question structure was a little different, asking them more easy questions like, are you aware of GST 2.0? What do you think of GST 2.0? What kind of benefits do you want from GST? That is what.
See, as a government advisor, can you please let me know what should Telangana government organize the programs?
I'd like to say that there are already many programs that our government introduces. The only problem is that people are not aware of it, they cannot access it. Government already has programs like Startup India, Skill India, Stand Up India. Stand Up India focuses on helping SC women. Skill Up India it provides skill development to women who want to have employment in formal sector. Startup India is such a scheme that it helps young women like us who will be graduated in 2 years or who are already graduated, to help them establish their startup. So these formulations, these policies are already there. The only thing is lack of awareness.
What should I do for the awareness?
Sir, adding up to her point, I think already the existing schemes are already there. So I think through urban we can do it much more. In urban areas we can do much more easier, like conducting sessions as she said. But I think in rural areas, like we have to appoint a team or somebody to educate them. Because in our study, there were challenges for us. Like many of them didn't know what is GST 2.0. It was us who gave like small insights. So I think government should send teams or any from these three institutions to rural areas to give much more education in their own language or how to communicate with them instead of doing like sessions like this. So I think that is the advice that I would like to give to the government.
So you are ready for the awareness?
Yeah, sir. Given an opportunity, we would like to do it.
Actually, we have done also like the students went to that area and they have given them the advices what they have required.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have little clarity on Vidya? You said something about Vidya.
I said it is a relevant case study because GST 2.0 mainly talks about how household business are formalized into structured organization. Legit Papad is a classic example because it was established much before. That was in 1959.
It's a cooperative, but registered as a Khadi and Gramotyog.
Yeah. After implementation
And their member sisters who make papad. So individually, none of them file any case. Okay.
But
It is a cooperative, like Amul. Amul is 36 lakh women papad. So read bro. आप स्टूडेंट इसके लिए बोल रही हूँ ऐसा कुछ आप इसको मार्क्स में मत पकड़ो
I did not add marks. Already decided.
but sure, thank you. It's wonderful, successful case study, no doubt. Started with some 25 rupees or 80 rupees. Sir.
Yes.
But then none of them have. Individually, they do not get
I mean,
impacted
they
by
have
this.
registered as a cooperative.
Yeah, they are Khadi and Gramotyog. But it's a cooperative.
Yes.
Undoubtful, you have explored a lot on this subject. One question, technical question. You collected 100 responses, right? Are all these 100 responses of women entrepreneurs?
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. Also, I would like to say that all the 100 responses are women. The main finding was that lack of awareness.
I'm just asking, were the all 100 responses that you collected, were all women entrepreneurs?
Yes, ma'am. They were running their own
How did
business.
you locate them?
How did you? We circulated Google Forms to our fellow entrepreneurs whom we know, and we also, when we went to places like
What was the duration? The online registration was collection of data duration. How many?
the online registration was open for 15 to 20 days.
Within 20 days, were able to.
And also we actually went to shop and then we asked them also, ma'am, when we went. So the main problem which we found was like many of the women say that yeah, this is registered under my name, but I don't know what is going on. So that is the problem over there.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The next presenter.
It is called a schedule.
Moving on to the next presentation, who is joining us on.
Manoj Kumar sir. Hello, Manoj Kumar sir. Are you there, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Please unmute yourself.
Sir?
Share your screen.
And also share the videos, sir. Presentation video.
Can you share the screen?
1 moment, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So please wait. Please wait. So 1 minute.
Yes, sir. You can go ahead, sir.
Screen is not. Take it.
So we are already sharing our music. PPT is shared, sir, on the screen. Are you able to see?
Not ma'am. Not it.
Share screen. Share screen. Select entire screen. Share. Now
Now open the link.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can see, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. And sir, I'm the coordinator for giving this opportunity. Myself, Manoj Kumar, Income Finance from Department of Commerce, Osmania University. Today, I am going the topic on the research, the impact of GST 2.4 reforms on the employment generation in Indian logistics and e-commerce sectors. Next one. Coming to my topic, the introduction. The GST was implemented in India on the 1st July 2000 as a major indirect tax. Before that, there is no direct tax. So before that, they have a VAT and service tax excess duty that is replaced by the GST with an inside direct tax system. And coming to now, on the GST 2.0, focus on improving the efficiency and transparency of digital tax system. Mainly it focus on invoicing and automatic return filing and improve the input tax credit system and the digital compliances. First, the remove by the GST 2.0, the removal of interstate barriers improve the logistics and supply chain efficiency and support the growth of e-commerce and logistics sector across the India. By the GST 2.0, there is created a new employment opportunity in the transportation, warehousing, and the digital commerce sector. By this, research. Slide. Okay, research here. Many researchers are research on only the GST and GST reforms, but the limited research examination by the GST 2.0 reforms. So I want to study on the how the GST 2.0 contributed to the sectoral growth and the creation of new employment opportunities in India. I choose mainly three objectives to find out employment opportunities by the GST 2.0. First my main objective is to analyze the major reforms introduced under the GST 2.0 in India. What are the major reforms? What are the uses of it? Secondly, main objective is what are the growth of the logistics and e-commerce sector after implementation of GST 2.0. And finally, is there any new employment opportunities emerging in the logistics and e-commerce sector after the implementation of GST 2.0 reforms? And my research methodology, it is a descriptive analytical study of examination of impact of GST 2.0 employment generation. Purely my data is secondary data I collected from the various sources like government reports and the Economic Survey of India and the GST Council reports and articles, industry reports and the relevant various websites for GST related sites. And my objective one mainly on the GST reports. You can see the slide. The main first my objective is major reforms under the GST 2.0. Under the GST 2.0, my major reforms is tax slab simplification. Before the GST 2.0, there was a lot of tax slabs, but now mainly focusing on 5% and 18%. Mainly it is essential goods for food and 18% is power cars and 40% is for very luxury goods and civil. And secondly, the second GST reform as GST rates of several sectors like automobile, housing materials are reduced from before to now. And administrative reforms such as faster registration and automatic refund process and digital registration for the e-commerce invoicing automobiles, automatic input tax credit. And now operationalization of GST update tribunal was introduced for the fast dispute resolution for the any dispute resolution. Then come to my second objective is growth in logistics and e-commerce sector. Was to removal of interstate barriers. If there is any barrier between the states, the removal of interstate barriers and checkposts improve the goods improvement, reduce the transportation and time operation cost, and development of centralized housing warehouse and distribution. from one centralized to distributed to the various and increase the online retail activity and nationwide delivery services. Overall improvement in the supply chain and efficiency. And coming to my objective three, employment generation. If there is any employment generation after GST 2.0 in the logistics and e-commerce. If there is an increase in the jobs in the transportation and freight management and the growth of employment in the warehousing inventory management, expansion of delivery and courier services due to online shopping and additional jobs like packing and labeling, quality checking and various logistics employment generations are improved. I come to my key findings from the study. From in the GST 2.0, simplified tax system through the simplified slabs and digital compliances and automatic return payment and removal of interstate barriers are improved and significant growth in the logistics and e-commerce sector due to the better transportation network are improved. And I find that the increase in the employment opportunities and the higher demand for the last mile delivery workers and skilled professionals and technological and data analysis and various economics are improved. Finally, my conclude that the GST 2.0 has strengthened the Indian tax system by simplifying tax structure and improving the digital compliances. It enhances the supply chain and efficiency, remove the interstate barriers and reducing transport delays. The reform was boosted to the growth, logistics and e-commerce sector across the India. This expansion in the generation of new employment opportunity in the transportation, warehousing and delivery and additional commerce. So the overall the GST contribution to the economic growth and the social development and job creation in India. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Can you please let me know how the logistics sector work for major employment? Like we will have a multiple state taxes with it. Then how you will make a check post and everything. For the suggestion you will give. See, when we talk about logistics, see for pharma company, I will so just let me know. Please.
For logistics, we have there is what's like places of goods from production to the final goods. Are every place the labor packing and employment generation also in place for the reduction on the tax rates that aims to the more manufacturing and improve further employment jobs.
Yeah, for my product is coming from Rajasthan to Telangana. Can you please just explain me the procedure from Rajasthan to Telangana?
Rajasthan to
Telangana for logistics.
Interstate supplies, but I will not in depth awareness.
Okay. So what about the e-commerce sectors?
E-commerce means delivering online products from online to consumer through using the various mobile apps and online platforms. For any tax goods we can purchase more, and for the production also increasing the employment.
What is the percentage of market covered by e-commerce?
Market covered by
e-commerce percentage. You can give any percentage approximate.
I think about 60%.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Moving on to the next presentation, I would call upon Mrs. Mehdipatnam ma'am, Head Department of Commerce, and Sarah Fatima to present the paper.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Sarah Fatima from e-commerce. Today I will be presenting my paper titled Assessing the Impact of GST on Street Vendors in India. We'll be exploring the challenges as some of the opportunities. The study mainly examines how goods and services affect street vendors, who are an important part of India's informal economy. So we've repeatedly heard that GST has transformed the indirect system in India. It replaced multiple taxes such as value-added tax, excise duty, service taxes, and created a unified national market. While GST has improved transparency, efficiency, compliance in the formal sector, its impact on the informal sector, especially street vendors, is still not fully understood and explored. Street vendors are a key part of India's informal economy. They provide affordable goods and services to majority of the Indian population. They provide goods such as fruits, vegetables, and other services, and also snacks. You cannot deny that. Most vendors, the problem here is that most vendors operate with very small capital and do not maintain proper financial records, which makes it difficult for them to access loans to operate in the economy. The research objectives. The main objective of this study is to analyze the impact of GST reforms on street vendors. Specifically, the study aims to identify the challenges faced by vendors and also explore the opportunities created by GST in the long run. Our research methodology focuses on qualitative research using secondary data, and I have had the opportunity to go around and interview some of them near our college. The aim is to understand the broader impact of GST on street vendors rather than focusing on numerical analysis. Moving on to the key challenges that street vendors face. One of the major challenges faced by street vendors is lack of awareness about GST. I've gone around recently, asked one of the street vendors, "Bhaiya, GST आपको पता है क्या है?" They would cut me off. They'd be like, "नहीं, हमको नहीं पता, madam," and their basic focus is on selling the commodities that they have. They are not aware about GST reforms. Most vendors also, as mentioned before, do not maintain proper financial records and are not familiar with tax procedures. Even if they are not registered under GST, they are indirectly affected because they purchase goods from wholesalers. These wholesalers sell their products with GST added. Another major issue is the lack of access to institutional credit, obviously because they don't maintain proper financial records. Since vendors do not have formal records or collaterals, banks often refuse to provide loans. As a result, they depend on informal money lenders who would take advantage of that tax credit. There is a real-world case study that I would like to mention. A recent real-world example highlights this issue. In Karnataka, particularly in regions like Hubli and Belagavi, vegetable vendors receive GST notices based on their UPI transactions. Even though many of them are selling tax-exempt products such as fruits and vegetables, their digital reports showed higher turnover over several years. As a result, some vendors received notices demanding large tax amounts, which created fear among the street vendors. This has made many vendors hesitant to adopt digital payments. Also, during an interaction with a vendor, when I asked him if UPI payments has gotten any benefits, he replied simply saying, "No फायदा, कुछ फायदा नहीं है." Even before digital payments, with cash, there was no फायदा. After digital payments, he said there is no फायदा. Despite some of the challenges, GST also creates some opportunities. Some government introduced some of the schemes like PM Swanidhi, which provides financial support to small vendors. It encourages gradual formalization of businesses and improves financial transparency. Vendors who adopt digital payments can build transaction records, which can be useful for them to gain loans from banks, which may help them access loans from government schemes. Some of the key findings. The findings of the study show that GST has benefited the formal sector more than the informal sector. Street vendors continue to face technological and financial barriers. At the same time, digitalization has the potential to promote financial inclusion if proper support is provided by the government. In conclusion, GST has simplified India's taxation system, but its impact on street vendors remains mixed. While it creates opportunities for formalization and financial inclusion, many vendors still face significant challenges. Therefore, there is need for inclusive policies such as financial literacy programs, digital training, and easy access to it.
So what you want is from either government, what the proper support we should do for the vendor, street vendor.
First of all, providing knowledge, which is something that we need to do.
See, knowledge is available in the phone, 2007 till now. Everything we are doing government.
But sir, the study is focusing on street vendors. Majority of them are illiterates. First thing, though they know that this QR code system is easy for them to receive payments, but they don't know how it is going to be processed. Okay, and many of the street vendors, they take daily loans. Morning they take and some 5% to 10% daily interest they are paying. See, if they could track their QR payments, how they are receiving income, and if they go to a bank, then they can definitely get some loan based on their income. And another problem is when they are going to approach some banker also. In the case of Karnataka, the case study she mentioned, it is the majority of the people, they opined that not all income that they are receiving is their profit. It is not their profit. Whereas tax is basically on their profit also, right? So there is no clarity on them. They are just receiving payments. Digitalization happened, but they have minimum knowledge about how it is going to affect them, how it is benefits are there, how they can avail the benefits. So government through educational institutions or through their formal sectors should focus on educating the street vendors. This is our suggestion, sir.
I will ask one simple question. Street vendor, I agree. You know, Shahbaz has got a rate, income tax. Shahbaz Hotel.
Yes.
Right? It's a big turnover room. Still also their director, they don't know about GST. Right? How much the
That
rate?
is the reason they receive notices.
Yes. So, can I give you any one suggestion? I will try to make. What we should do now? From either young, you are the youngster now. What we should do, make the street vendor to make them knowledgeable. Going to them, not possible. Government can't go each and every shop.
Well, as citizens, we can go and
You mean a normal person has to work out.
even a normal person can
So it means that in the St.Ann college, we have a good number. If everyone take up one street vendor, it will be definitely we can get 100 clients.
They do it, yes.
What is the criteria for GST registration? Only for criteria. Normal limit for GST.
Sir, for them to register, they need to have a turnover, right?
Turnover,
For goods, it's up to 20 lakhs. And for services, sorry, for goods, it's up to 40 lakhs. And for services, it's 20 lakhs. But street vendors, they don't fall under this category.
Because what happened? Income tax sending a lot of notices. Bank transaction. They are not able to see the transaction every day 10 rupees, 2 rupees, 10 rupees, 10 rupees. I have seen a one case with one person. 3 days he made a 600 page of bank statement. So we have to work out, try to tell them in a way that you have to check out your transaction. Otherwise, their own property is also going to be. Thank you.
Sir, digital transformation also will help to the vendors.
Yes, madam.
Because of when you are doing nowadays, mostly we are doing only through online payments only. So then online payments also is visual to the government. So they can charge, they can collect the tax from these vendors.
But the rule is like this: 1% they have to pay.
That That means composite.
Composite.
Yes, yes.
Composite. But what happens? We have to go and train them. Their 1.5 crore amount will become the white money.
There are still two. Only two now. Whoever are free can proceed for lunch. That's what madam said.
Yeah. Please proceed for lunch. Next presenter, call upon N. Supriya, St.Ann College for Women. She is the assistant professor and student presenting the paper.
Good morning, respected chairpersons, dignitaries, and participants. I am Buddhamma, pursuing BCom Computer Applications, final year, and I am presenting my paper titled Assessing the Impact of GST 2.0 on Income Stability Among Gig Workers, a thematic analysis of secondary data, along with my guide, Mrs. N. Supriya Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce. Let me begin by giving a simple idea about the topic. Today, digital platforms have changed the way people work. Instead of permanent jobs, many people are now working on a short-term or task basis. This is what we call the gig economy. For example, if a person works in a delivery partner for Swiggy or Zomato, or as a driver for Uber, Ola, they are considered as gig workers. So they earn based on the number of tasks or trips they complete, not a fixed salary. Now, when the systems provide flexibility and job opportunities, it also has some challenges. Like gig workers often face income instability because their earnings depend on demand, working of hours, and platform policies. So they also do not have benefits like job security and social protection. At the same time, the government introduced GST reforms, including GST 2.0, and to improve transparency and make the tax system more digital and efficient. So our study tries to answer one important question, and also the objective of our study is how does GST 2.0 affect the income stability of gig workers? To understand this, we used the secondary data such as government reports, academic research, and policy documents. We analyzed this data using a method called thematic analysis. A thematic analysis. So let me say what is thematic analysis. It is a method identified for patterns or common ideas like themes from a collected data. So from these analysis, we identified four major themes. That is, first one is income volatility, which means gig workers don't have a fixed salary or earnings. Here, their earnings change daily, depend on time, task, and demand. And the second one comes platform-driven income constraints. Here, their earnings depend on apps and algorithms, which means the apps control how much workers earn, and platform divide pay per task, and also they take commissions. And the third one comes taxation and compliance burden. Here, the GST can be very confusing for many workers. Like tax rules are difficult for many workers to understand. And also GST rules can be confusing, like many workers don't know, or like they're not fully aware of what is tax and how to file GST returns. And the fourth one comes lack of social security protection. As I have already told, there is no insurance, no pension, and no job protection like other employees do. To make it clear, let me give an example. So suppose a Swiggy delivery partner earns 800 to 1000 per day on weekends. On weekends, earning may increase due to high demand, but on weekdays or during low demand, the income may drop to 400 to 500. So now GST requires a proper registration and or tax filing, and the workers are not fully aware of it. So it becomes an additional burden to the worker. At the same time, the platforms may deduct commissions and GSTs, which further affect their take-home income. So even though they are working every day, their income is not stable. So coming to policy recommendations. Yes. So policy recommendations. Coming to policy recommendations, the first one is introduce to simplify GST compliance. procedures for gig workers and platform workers. So here, this means making GST rules easy for gig workers. Like many gig workers don't understand complex tax rules. So the government should create simple process easy registrations, simple tax filing and less paperwork. So it will be easy for the gig workers to understand. The second one comes the financial literacy and tax awareness program. So this means educating awareness about money and taxes. Like many gig workers don't know how to manage their income, how much tax to pay, and how to file a return. So training programs or workshops can help them to understand all of this better. And the third one comes better integration between platform and tax systems. So if this means connecting apps like Swiggy, Zomato, Uber directly with tax systems. So if the systems are connected, the income details can be recorded automatically. Tax calculations becomes more easier, and workers don't need to do everything manually. The fourth one comes expand social security schemes. So this means giving safety benefits to gig workers. Like as I said, they don't have any pension or insurance. So giving these protections to them may help them. The fifth one is clear rules and protect gig workers. Clear rules to protect gig workers, which means creating a proper law for their rights. For example, fair payment, protection from unfair account blocking, and basic worker rights. So, in simple words, I can say that make rules to ensure workers are treated fairly. So, coming to positive impacts of GST 2.0, it improves transparency in transactions and encourages digital payment and formalization, and also helps in better tracking of income. Whereas negative impacts of 2.0, GST 2.0, increased compliance burden for gig workers, and also lack of awareness about tax procedures, and may reduce net income due to platform reductions and GST. In conclusion, the gig economy plays an important role in India's digital labor market and employment generation. While the gig economy provides employment opportunities, gig workers continue to face income instability and limited social protection. So therefore, there is a need for simplified GST procedures, financial literacy programs, and stronger social security policies for gig workers. I would like to conclude this with a quote saying inclusive growth is not just about creating opportunities, but ensuring stability and security for those who power the economy. And lastly, I like to sincerely thank you for giving me this opportunity to present on GST. As a commerce student, working on this topic has been a very valuable learning experience that enhanced my knowledge and confidence. I'm also grateful to my guide Supriya ma'am for her continuous guidance and support throughout the process. Thank you.
Sir, you have mentioned that the study highlight the need for better social security protection.
Yes.
So what the government should do?
So actually, gig workers don't have any insurance policies, and
As a student, you have an insurance policy.
I don't have, but
Madam,
normal
you have all the
employees
faculty,
who work
you have
in
insurance
MNC
policy from college. See, from the college, nobody have an insurance policy. And how can you?
But we do have they'll provide incentives, right, sir? But gig workers do not have any incentives or any.
Actually, from college side, we have been given an opportunity, sir, but already as we have from our family. So that's the reason we did not avail it. That was the reason.
See, I will tell you about Uber.
Yes.
If they do that much of a trip, they will get more.
Yes.
Right?
They do overtime, they will get more.
More money.
Yes.
So they have that. But
It depends upon the demand, sir. Demand and
okay, demand. Right.
Thank you, Budamma, for that presentation. It was truly insightful. Calling upon the next presenter, Suvachala ma'am from St.Ann's College for Women, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, my colleagues and students. Today my topic is related to impact of GST and employability in the startup ecosystem in India. Actually, as I have circulated G form, that is the reason I have taken all over India, that is to the known people, and that too I have confined my particular one to commerce students. Why only commerce students? Because they have an idea relating to GST, and even the people whoever have a little bit knowledge relating to the GST. Okay, as my time is constrained, directly I'm going to be going to objectives here. Now, the first and foremost from whatever I have taken, that will be relating to understand what actually are the recent reforms in GST 2.0, and then understand the significance, why it is being introduced, because they should understand, they should know what it is, and how it is they are going to create employment opportunities, understand the skills and competencies relating to this employability, and then finally we can say how the government is taking initiatives to promote this employability, entrepreneurship. Because now, because of this 2.0, they are encouraging the people to have the startups. So that is the main aim of this GST 2.0. Coming to the next one, scope, it is like whatever we say, it is like LOC, line of control, we have for each and every aspect here. And that will be relating to employability, that is, as everyone has said, no, almost. We can't take a percentage, but no one will be every person, or it is not mandate for them to know relating to this GST here. So even though it is simplified tax compliance, they should have, unless and until they knew or they know how to take an initiative to proceed with that, that will be one of the other scope. Then coming to the other one, they should be the professionals, like whoever should know about this. Whenever we are going to update our technology also, for example, if we do take the phone also. Like if ever I take my example, earlier I knew only green and red button. That's it. But apart from that, as technology has been improved, now I have to update. Now coming to GST 2.2, whenever they are going to introduce this technology or whatever it is, they should know. That is, they should be the professionals who are efficient in cost, even we can say taxation, etc. And then how the employment will be generated, because people should be aware of it. That is the most important aspect. So that is the other scope where we can say that. Now coming to the next one, that is relating to the limitations. My particular GIF form, it is like, it depends upon the perception. Whatever, wherever I have circulated, that is why it is a limitation, because everyone will be having their own perception. So that is the reason. Whatever I have taken, I can't say that this is a structured one, because it depends upon their particular opinion here. And it also, like, as I've taken only our particular one, that is we have our country, maybe confined to certain states here. If we take the same G form to the other country, that varies. So we can say that is one of the other limitations here. And as I've said earlier also, my research methodology is confined to students and aspiring entrepreneur, because everyone can't take it. I can't give it to, you can say, even I can't take it, because I'm not a startup entrepreneur, or else even I'm not a student also. So why my profession is totally different. So my particular topic is confined. So this is one of the other limitations I do feel relating to my research methodology. Right, and coming to the data analysis, I've taken the chi-square data analysis here. I've taken 3 categories here, and I did not give any my particular table or chi-square table, because I want to just give whatever I have seen. My particular questioning, like it was limited to 70 respondents, and in that I've taken 3 criteria. One is relating to gender, then knowledge of GST, that is one. Whatever I've taken, 3 categories here. The other one is relating to occupations and startup job reference. The last one, occupation and preference to work in startups, because these are the most important ones. Whenever we say anything is being introduced, there is no hard and fast rule that everyone should do it. And it depends upon them whether they want to do it or not. That is the reason I've taken occupation versus, we can say, preference to work in startups. Whatever is the reason, there is no confinement here. And even relating to gender, if they want to do it, that is, even gender will not be having an effect, because it is whatever the 3 categories, there is no relevance. If they have a knowledge, whether are they educated or not, or whether whichever gender they belong to, or whatever occupation are they into, if they want to do the startups. Even you have asked, like, how many students they do want to do the startups? How many are interested? That is, there is no confinement relating to their occupation, and then comes to the preference to work. Now, whatever it is there, if they have the passion, they are going to do it. So overall, I can say that whatever I have taken the categorization, there is no relevance. Relevance in the sense they are not taking into consideration. Thank you, sir. This is my conclusion part. Yes, sir.
And you have can just let me know because we have covered ecosystem.
Yes.
Now it is become a big task for. So can just make me what will be the impact of GST?
GST actually, like whatever we have said, is a uniform structure here and ecosystem. They are going to encourage the people, whoever is into that. That is giving certain, you can say, they are going to encourage by means of little bit tax. It's like uniform one, so that is the reason they are going to encourage such entrepreneurs who are going to give utmost importance to this ecosystem, a balance. Whatever are they going to do, that should not affect the employment here, as well you consider whatever environment right now. So they should be able to balance. In that way, they are encouraging the entrepreneurs.
GST, we have a lot of documentation.
Yeah.
So what is the impact on ecosystem? Because
Actually,
what happens if we get one notice, na, we have to come out with thousands of papers
right.
to reply them.
No idea, sir, because I have not done so much labor work. Whatever I have done, that is relating to my particular confined topic. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for presentation. Now I request Chairperson Mr. Khaja Jalaluddin sir and Co-Chairperson Ms. Supriya ma'am to give their impressions on paper presentations.
Yeah, thank you everyone. First of all, great experience. In spite of you have told everyone about GST, I think most of them have not worked with GST. But everyone has done a lot of research work. So how we have planned, we have make about relevance, how the topic is related to the, what are the research quality we have. Third, we have make a finding and practical. We have make a presentation and somewhere research and case studies. Based upon that, we have made given the mark, about 25 marks we have paid. The other people will give the exactly the totaling everything. Meanwhile, GST, believe or not, is a very good mark. In our office, I am filing return done by my office colleague. But because I am taking care for GVK medical health, right, and about sunflower gold drop cases, so I have seen only by litigation, one hearing, we get like a 1 lakh, right? Only for here. But when we do the work, na, because what happens, we have a lot of certification. That amount, that too in cash. Because what happens, litigation, we have to settle something, the department, because inside the road. Yes.
We are accountable for whatever that we do in the certification from
Yes.
consumers.
Yeah, now the new rules came, thanks to our headquarters, everyone. They have made a equity mandatory. Before that, what happened, if I am not a qualified person, I can stamp, sign, we can give. Before 3 years back, it is going to be happen like that. But after came UD, we have to register with the website. We have to, OTP will come to our personal mobile number and email ID. With that, we are able to work. And that too, the amount what we are receiving, it is known by the concerned person.
So there is no concealing of any amount or whatever.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Everything.
So,
Transparent.
transparent. But whatever the down the table, up the table, that is a different matter. But GST, for especially for women, I think, because my secretary Kirti is there. We both are the partner. So I saw her about the GST work for the woman is booming because she is taken for the office work.
We are offering this certificate.
In our institute is there, madam. In the institute GST certification course is there.
Duration, sir?
50 hours. But whatever, madam. What I want to see online will not give the clarity. See, when also we are listening about online. See, we don't have a clarity like that. And actually, what happens? Offline will give the our heartbeat or the what exactly we want to tell you. Offline means it's very good for everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir.
Closing the session. As we come to the end of this technical session, we have witnessed a range of insightful perspectives on how GST 2.0 is influencing employability, skill development, and economic opportunities. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants for their excellent presentations and our judges for their valuable time and evaluation, and the audience for their active participation. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Have a great day ahead. Shortly, we will come back for present. Thank you.
I would like to thank Vasudha ma'am, Supriya ma'am, and Suharchana ma'am, Joshna, and everyone, Shazia, Sujata, and Pratibha, everyone for staying along through the session. And the students also.
Girls joined for lunch, no? New madam. Now, Sindhu. You had your Excuse me.
Yes.
Sujata ma'am.
Yes, sir. You said from
We need to wait for Neha ma'am.
Lunch.
Yes,
Come.
You will get it.
But where I could you put a sign? What is animation, sir? How can they? Embarrassment 2.0.
The pen academy is.
I know. If you want that, our friends also have been taken.
Artist friends.
My God, पहले 8 मिनट इसका 6 मिनट इन बोलिए उसके बाद 10 बजे तक हाँ ये सर वो खत्म टाइम भी नहीं दिया लोगों को देखने के लिए आई एम हैप्पी 8 minutes प्रिपेयर 5 minutes राइट अगर ये 6 मिनट दे भी ली तो आई विल गो you have just 1 minute for the information. So explain me like how GST में को फाइल करना चाहिए next semester answer then I don't study GST I don't learn then GST then class and math whatever suggestion I don't believe you suggestion do you want to stand by exams this expression was just like that embarrassment Proving prepared so well, but I largely was like, I
Sir, we'll answer it next semester, right?
Auditorium.
Because she was my no, very sure. Our question hello?
Enjoy so much. Exactly. And there's no You all had your lunch?
Yes, ma'am.
You are from which college? Bhavans. From Mandurka, from Bhavans, students are.
We all compared to final years, कैसे हैं मैडम?
अच्छी हूँ, आप कैसे हैं?
मैं भी बढ़िया हूँ।
Where are you now?
मुंबई की बीवी है। बीवी है। थ्रेड की वजह से अच्छा लग रहा है। Yes. आप बोलो कैसे चल रहा है? मैंने खाना खाया। Days ago, because of this conference I took duty late. Tomorrow is the holiday anyways. And day after that taking leave. Monday I will I keep coming. I connect my बट हमारा एग्जाम है ना मेरे पास हमारा तक एग्जाम के टाइम नहीं ले
This is Mehdipatnam for more or it's all done. So all of it. Now we are
No, it's a brand we already got
What is the what is the experience? Just don't don't talk you don't
They're all seniors, they're giving advice on how to
our college is very noisy. Oh my god, I can't hear my own voice. It is so noisy. And sometimes we feel how to mute this space. Especially college.
They are doing
What happened? Our college is about 70-year-old another marine life. Marine life must have only one, and but then they were scared that it can be guessed. So what they have done is always that into classroom and college. So for 3 years we will be going from Burley campus. Every character, but we are in a transition. So now, from today onwards, we almost check. I saw Kacha from Monday onwards, full fledged and when I go on Monday, I'll go on because I've already checked it. Why does and better as she was coming here, everything we have junior degree, everything together. Sister, because 6,000 students are there. So there will be some programs made, but 100% online. As per your mood, I government temple I think whatever you know, I always praise you. The day you feel that I am worried, you get everything. उनका भी हॉस्टल था but they gave it for हम लोगों ने वैसे so you'll be here. So you will be like shopping. They will be our parents. Okay. 3 bedroom house. But now what happens because of college? They have adopted. But not adopted. So now they are so you won't be disturbing your house. Simply you'll be staying so this place is near it. Even I saw you near the plastic.
ऑनलाइन अटेंड लिंक पे जाके इंफॉर्मेशन फ्राइडे को भी म्यूट क्लियरेंस क्लास को अलाउ नहीं करना मतलब क्या okay I'll give you the instructions I'll tell madam or लास्ट वीक तो क्या करेगा घर पे बैठ के करने के लिए बोला थे लास्ट बिकॉज लास्ट टाइम आई वाज सिस्टर
Is it live? I think yeah, it's live. Right now. What is that? 4 hours? What is it?
I'll give you instructions.
We'll go to YouTube and search it. We'll be open karo.
What is the name of the stream? Those 3 people. Yeah, 2 people.
Maybe we go to St.Ann's page and we'll see it. Some 2 likes. 2 likes. I'll see it.
Your child and the here also they teach but he always so the thing is they conduct in the mornings and it's called as so you have a they conduct in charge nice
It's okay. Yeah.
Sunita Bai ma'am.
Okay.
She keeps telling.
I remember.
I forgot your name. My name is Yoga. Yes, you know Mama national seminar. Yes.
I was sitting beside you.
This time also I'm invited, but we have exams. Abhi 50% of everything I think the last one. ये ऐसे I was searching what are you saying? Ma'am, can you all please shift this side because screening is happening this side.
Don't sit in the second row, just sit in the third row.
Pranati, please get my water bottle, no, if you don't mind.
They're having lunch now. Vasudha, Supriya. आपके लोकल जा रहा है
Okay, done.
Good afternoon and welcome you all to the Value section of two-day national seminar on GST 2.0, Balancing Growth with Social Equity and Inclusion, jointly organized by Department of Commerce and IPSC of St.Ann's College for Women, Mehdipatnam.
Sponsored by ICSSR, SRC, seminars and
Conferences, January 2026 on GST reforms and their socio-economic impact in the southern states. Let us begin the session by invoking God's blessings. I invite the college choir leader, Miss Ruth, for Bible reading, followed by prayer song. Shall we all rise?
The scripture portion for today is taken from Proverbs chapter 16. All the ways of man are pure in his own eyes, but the Lord weighs the spirits. Commit your works to the Lord, and your thoughts will be established. Better is a little with righteousness than vast revenues without justice. A man's heart plans his ways, for the Lord directs his steps. This is the word of the Lord.
Be thou my vision, O Lord of my heart. Not be all else to me, save that thou art. Thou art bestowed by day or by night. Waking or sleeping, thy presence my life. Riches I need not, nor vain empty praise. Thou mine inheritance, thou and always. Thou and the only first in my heart. My King of heaven, my treasure thou art. My King of heaven, my treasure thou art.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of this seminar. Over the course of 2 day sessions, we have had the opportunity to listen to insightful presentations, engage in meaningful discussions, and exchange valuable ideas on the theme of this seminar. The active participation of speakers, delegates, and students has truly made this event intellectually enriching. As we come to the concluding session, it is time to reflect on the knowledge shared and the perspectives gained during this seminar. I sincerely thank all the students and the faculty who took part in presentations and who were the reason for the success of this seminar. May I now take the opportunity to invite all our dignitaries onto the dais. I request Dr. T. Anuradha, conference convener, to come over. IPSC coordinator, Dr. Srikala ma'am, to come on to the dais. Our principal, Dr. Sister A. Vijayarani Garu, to come on to the stage. And the chief guest of this valuable section, C.A. Praveen Kumar sir, to come on to the stage. We also acknowledge the presence of Mrs. C.A. Praveen Kumar sir. We welcome you, ma'am. I request Sister Principal to greet our chief guest with candle bouquet. Please be seated. May I now request our sister principal to give her reflections on this two-day seminar. Few words, sister.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't want to eat your valuable time, and everybody is waiting to go home like KG students, with the bags and then the carriages and everything. So we came to the conference hall, this living room, as soon as I called you. You are present here, happy for that. And so once when Anuradha ma'am submitted ICSR project, she told me that sister, I'm just submitting this, God alone knows what happens. But within few days, she received the good news of getting project, and for that I congratulate Dr. Anuradha ma'am. It means because of her long experience and her high qualifications and her experience, and then maybe perseverance also as well. So and then she from then onward she's on wheels, and not only getting same job, she's creating tension for others also. And because it is the month of March now, so students are not available. There are preparations, and then every faculty is busy with the practicals, and then so since this is the closing days of academic year, so no one are giving ear to her. So she's worried. Maybe department is okay. She might have received full collaboration from the department. But actually, you have made this program successful. I'm sorry that I couldn't attend the inaugural session of this program due to my another engagement and yesterday. And today also I was held up with a lot of work, heavy work, and then now she forced me to come here. And then along with the IKC coordinator, and still some meeting is going on in conference hall. So we avoided that, and we both of us represented the board of our institution governance. So I congratulate, and I'm also happy to see Sir Praveen sir and his off life, something you say no. So ma'am, and when I heard their profile, just 15 minutes back, I met them. When I heard their profile and the very rich profile they have, both of them have, being CA qualified people, personalities, it's not so easy. They are coming and sitting with us and spending day for us is a great thing, sir, and very happy to know that. And then they spoke about their son, who is doing 6th standard. I think he might have already told you that he is performing very well, and then he finished some few courses at the age of 13, 8 courses, 8 to 13 courses, starting from at the age of 8-year-old age, 8-year-old age. From then onward, he started doing some courses, and he finished now 13 courses related to this marketing and finance. And it's a great thing. And we see even YouTube links, the voice speaking to the interviewers, and then even the star also accompanying his son. And when I saw that, I was shocked. Where are we? Where are we? The generation is so fast now. And today, maybe that boy might teach them tomorrow. Even the parents are more intellectual. Tomorrow, the boy make them sit and then just listen to them. He might say. So generations like that. You know, you are seeing your children also at home. And about this commerce, I am nil zero about this of your commerce because my background is science background. So, but she said, but GST, I only know GST, GST 2.0. GST means everybody has idea, and then there is no freedom from that. Even when you buy the food materials, also is costed GST. Even to wear clothing, GST. To live in the shelter, to have a shelter to live, GST. Everywhere GST. So we do not know how this has come out, but it is going to be very serious life in the future, and that is framed by the government. And the students must know, even the faculty and students must have the knowledge of this GST, and then so that we can guide many more people in future. And I think so much of knowledge is given yesterday and today through various sessions and inputs. Maybe faculty also, you also might be put up some updated the knowledge. Your knowledge is updated. Even other faculty from other colleges are also here, and I hope that you receive something from this seminar. And so I congratulate each and everyone, namely under Dr. Mehdipatnam and all the colleagues of commerce departments and other departments who also helped them to make this program successful. So since we have come to the valedictory function, so let us make a good beginning they made, and we'll also make a good ending also. Okay? So congratulations and thank you, sir, for your presence, and every two of you. And please be supportive always to our institution and to the department as well whenever you approach. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sister, for those inspiring and encouraging words. I now invite Dr. T. Anuradha, convener of the seminar, to give report on this two-day national seminar.
A very good evening to one and all present here, esteemed guests of the DS and participants from other colleges. I deem it my privilege to give you a brief report on the two-day national seminar sponsored by ICSSR SRC, Southern Regional Center on GST 2.0 reforms, held on 17th and 18th March 2026. The two-day national seminar on GST 2.0, Balancing Growth with Social Equity and Inclusion, is sponsored by ICSSR under a special call on GST 2.0 reforms and their social economic impact on southern states, Telangana, Andhra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Union Territories, Puducherry and Lakshadweep. The seminar is jointly organized by Department of Commerce and IQAC. The two-day national seminar it dwelled into GST 2.0 reforms, examining their social economic implications for southern states through key themes: agriculture and rural economies, working for farmer producer organizations and their challenges. Second theme being Atmanirbhar Bharat, the EOBB, that is ease of doing business, women empowerment and tax suvidha schemes. And the third, social cultural shifts, arts, handicrafts, destination celebrations, tourism and the like. And the fourth, skill development for employability, vocational training, tax mitras to support MSME tax compliance, statutory professional bodies to initiate affordable professional certifications in MSME endeavor. The stage was set rolling by Dr. M. Sumareddy, Associate Professor in Commerce, Dean Student Affairs, Site Director, who initiated the proceeding with her astounding remarks highlighting the need of the hour. Dr. D. Srikala, Associate Professor in Statistics and IPSC Coordinator, continued and gave the welcome address with the inputs on the college offerings, UG and PG programs, dynamic and market-ready curriculum and training, accreditations, ranking, national, international accolades, placements, student and faculty achievements in sports, academics, publications, MOUs, and many more. Later, myself, Dr. T. Anuradha, seminar convener, enumerated on the spirit of the seminar, its genesis, and the ICSSR SRC's commitment to social science research in southern region, the need and importance in funding social relevant research topics so as to receive inputs and add to existing knowledge of research, also contributing to bettering livelihoods, assisting in recommendations to policymakers in nation building. The session continued with the cover page release by esteemed guests and the editorial board by Dr. Suma, Mrs. Saujanya, Vasudha, Dr. Vasudha and Supriya. The inaugural session hosted Chief Guest CMA KVN Lavanya, Independent Director, Social Auditor, practicing CMA, Lavanya Associates, past Chairman and Treasurer of ICMAI SIRC chapter, that is Chennai. She stressed on market awareness. This is what is lacking. The whole purpose of the seminar, of 200 odd seminars, is to give you an awareness of GST. That is what, as sister was saying, most of us only know what is GST, but what and how it reflects on our lives is what we are aiming to convey to the entire world, entire country as such. The ease of GST compliance and the commitment to work with transparency and professional ethics. Or she also said, karma might take time, but would definitely return. So if you follow unethical practices, probably a year will come that they become answerable and may have to dole out heavy penalties. So guest of honor, Dr. Patrick, Professor Patrick PRO, the Swan University and Chairman, former CPOS, navigated the intersection of growth and equity, added that the seminar should not merely be a financial discussion model, but be a sociological one. He argued that the true test of a government lies in navigating this delicate balance of rising revenue while maintaining public trust and ensuring fairness. Researchers should not merely make a dialogue of what exists and how it exists, but look for real challenges in the system and try addressing them with concrete solution. I submit again, the whole research exercise was to identify the loopholes, challenges, and give redressal to it, add solutions to it, identify what are the lapses, so we can send the kind of discussions that we had to the policy makers. I repeat again for all these research paper presenters, so that you could revise, modify, and resubmit your papers. I strongly recommend that so that we can voice our strong opinion on GST 2.2. The keynote speaker, Jayant Uppuduru, Chairman ICA Vijayawada chapter, elaborated on the theme of the transformation of GST 1.0 to GST 2.0 as the cornerstone of fiscal federalism, that is state and central division of taxes in India's growth story and its impact with rationalized rates, that is bringing down from 4 to 2 rates, and the structural changes on the various sectors of the economy. Post-inaugural, the formal vote of thanks was delivered by Dr. Sumaredi. Now coming to the technical sessions, we really received good number of papers as I narrated at the beginning. The technical tracks continued with chairpersons all being professionals from their respective field, practicing cost accountants and the cost and management accountants and cost accountants. We were able to get good resource persons. You should have heard them. The first technical session was really awesome. He tried to reach out to every individual to address and understand how GST affects them. It was based on impact on agriculture, farmer producer organizations, and it was chaired by CA Hitesh Jain, trainer of GST officials and practicing auditor. His lucid presentation showcased the need for structural reforms, and he also spoke about the streamlining of input credits, boosting rural MSME in southern states. That is how the SIF is also working for the addressing of agricultural sector challenges and compliance procedures in GST 2.0, considering it as an invaluable sector in the country because 65% of the population still live in the rural economy. Their livelihood on the rural economy. So it is our rightful duty to address their challenges. We are all in the luxury of cities, but it is our rightful duty, and we being commerce from the commerce background, and it is everybody's duty to contribute to the betterment of the society. Now coming to this track, we had 5 paper presentation, and they tried to address the challenges. That was nice of them to identify that there are some ecosystem problems, and that has to be, those dynamics have to be altered, and highlighting supply chain challenges, tax administration, transparency, and formalization, that is to make it more standardized for the rural enterprises. So that was about session 1. Session 2 was Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is ease of doing business, was held by CMA, CA, Kedarnath, a double professionally qualified professional, and he's also proprietor of Kedarnath and Associates. He spoke vividly on the need for ease in the compliance, user-friendly GSTN, and let me tell you all again, GST 2.0 has really made it so very simple. Each of you sitting here wish to get yourself registered, you just have to open the window, the whole compliance procedures are changed. and it is all user friendly. Each and every one of you can open the site and then slide through it, go through the various whatever are the details that are asked. Anybody can fill it out, and all the details of how to comply with it is also there. That is the best part of GST 2.0. I mean it, and this is an eye opener for most of us, that the ease of doing business has really become easy. It has become more transparent. And he spoke about the 4-tier structure, which has now become 2-tier, that is only 5% and 18%, erstwhile 28%. So reduction of 10%. Taxes has really reduced all your grocery bills. If you really check for the previous bill 6 months ago to now, it really made an impact. So it is all it's our onus and responsibility to reflect on what we had seen around and then give positive reflections. So coming to this session, that session also had 5 papers, and there was so much of enthusiasm shown, and they expressed that there should be more of awareness. The fear of compliance should be reduced. People should be made more aware. That is the whole purpose of calling you all here, to tell you, please be aware, you are paying GST and the country thrives on it. So it is our prime duty to look for where your money spent are gone. Okay, so this session also had 5 presentations. They also spoke about how this can make Atmanirbhar Bharat and how it can ease the way of doing business. Again, for all of us to promote your neighborhood businesses. Coming to the 4th session, it was by CMA again, Sai Chandra, a practicing cost accountant, which has happened on day 2, today in the morning. And he gave us a vivid idea of how the GST rates have transformed. And we had 13 paper presentations, and 50% of them were online. I'm very happy to share. We have received papers from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and even Haryana, as I narrated yesterday. And all of their papers spoke about the regional, cultural impacts in their respective states, which is an eye-opener to us also as to what is happening around in their respective states. So this also was talking about affordable living, health, and destination events, handicrafts, and many other, even tourism. And coming to the last session, which just wound up much before valedictory, this also had seen a lot of culmination in 14 papers, again across 6 to 7 online. And this was on skill development, vocational training. This is again a very opening part of GST, because this is where we have to strengthen our curriculum, vocational training and skills, because you all know things are moving differently with reduction in credits, more of entrepreneurship embedded and certificate courses. So this is another opening for us, and all the professional bodies are coming up with certification courses. And today morning, as we were discussing, Suma and myself, with the chartered accountant, the cost accountant, he was saying, with your doctorate degrees, there are some courses which are just MCQ based. Each of you in your respective field can actually apply for these certification and you can become an independent director in companies. If you are a background with pharmacy, you just have to fill those, you have to take that certification and you become an independent director in a company. So these were the kind of insights that we received. It was really amazing. It was a feast to us. It was all from the practicing chartered accountants. We really had an enriching professional experience rather than the regular academic experience. Though it is because that's my subject of GST and tax, it might be passionate to me, but I feel since all of us have to live with taxes in life, we also should know how these taxes affect our well-being, how they are spent, and where are those taxes going. And it is also coming back to us in the form of development, infrastructure, communication, networking, and even now they're talking about in certificate courses to better our livelihoods. So this was all from me. So in all, we received around 36 papers, sister, to submit. And happy we had a good outcome. Of course, some few papers were asked to be revised. Looking forward for the ISBN book release shortly. And thank you, sister, for all that support from you, trusting me. And thank you, IQC team, and all the participants today. I would say, honestly, thank you so much. So it was the fag end of the year, and overwhelmed with your response. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Anuradha, for that detailed report. Before we listen to CA Praveen Kumar sir, I invite Mrs. Pratibha, Assistant Professor of the department, to introduce sir.
A very good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries, faculty members, and dear participants.
I, Ms. Pratibha, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, take great honor to introduce our esteemed guest, C.A. Praveen Kumar Sir, widely known in the professional circles as SFM Praveen. A chartered accountant by profession, Sir carries a distinguished academic and professional pedigree, including an Indian Institute of Technology Hyderabad background in data analytics. His journey is one of the immense practical depth, having served as an equity research analyst in Mumbai before moving to Dubai to manage forex hedging as a treasury manager for Toyota Motors. Today, he stands as a chairman and managing director of Planet Finance Business School in Hyderabad. Beyond his corporate titles, he is a dedicated educator who has trained over 8,000 CA final students and 5,400 PGDM and MBA graduates. To date, he has successfully placed over 7,100 candidates into high impact roles at zero cost, acting not as a vendor but as a premier talent supplier to the GCC for private credit, private equity, and hedge fund roles. Sir is celebrated for his mastery of global financial markets from currency to derivatives to bonds and equity. Through his passionate teaching, he bridges the gap between the classroom and the corporate world, shaping professionals with a focus on analytical thinking and ethical leadership. With great respect and honor, please join me in a warm welcome for CA Praveen Kumar Sir. I request Sir to take over.
Good afternoon. I very much thankful for the management for giving the opportunity to speak to all of you. A brief about myself. I'm C.A. Praveen Kumar. I was working in Bombay Stock Exchange, Mumbai. I was in the mutual funds, FIs, insurance companies, and hedge funds on investment in equity markets. And 2009, I cleared my CA and I moved to Dubai. I was currency market for a company called Toyota. I was managing the $7 billion company called ITC, you can say those days. And the biggest achievement started later after I cleared my CA when I came to teaching for CA students at CA final level. From 2011 to 2019, I trained more than 8,000 plus CA final students. So if you have any one who has done CA between 2011 to 19, I trained more than 8,000 and you can definitely, they must be knowing me. There I got to know that there is much more can be done for the job seekers. For example, most of the faculty who are in the common street can understand what I am trying to say. What classroom training is not matching with the corporate requirements. Like we teach them advanced accounting, balance sheet, P&L account. We teach them what is mutual fund, but we don't teach them how to do a balance sheet, P&L preparation of mutual fund, which is not forming part of any syllabus in the country. Not in BCom, not in MBA, not in CA also. So here comes to the picture on how to do it in the real world. Like many of the commerce faculties most bank reconciliation statement. We'll take the passbook opening balance, then we'll have 4-5 entries, then we'll find the closing balance. But if there are 5,000 entries, because any hedge fund in Hyderabad managing like Citco or JP Morgan, each analyst will be doing reconciliation of 5,000 entries per day. So how do that in the real world? Like we teach accounts on paper, but how to do when there are thousands of transactions per day? How to do it in SAP or Oracle? So this application of syllabus, we understood that if they can try the students, we will be able to do miracles. So from 2019 to period, we started going to companies. We go to VP, AVPs, TA heads, HR heads, and MD. We understand what they want from the youngsters. Like for example, there are so many finance companies here, FactSet, JP Morgan, Invesco, Franklin Templeton, or Wells Fargo, Citco, Apex, PwC. They need so many MBA people or BCom people or CA people or even qualified people who are ready to match with the requirements. And our syllabus, what we teach in our classrooms is not exactly matching with them. So there we understood that we should go to meet and we should understand the requirements, we should download the syllabus available wherever the information is available, and we should train our faculty to match with the requirements. There we are able to break the ice and we are able to place 7,200 people in the companies in the last 7 years. You go to State Street, JP Morgan, Invesco, Wells Fargo, Franklin Templeton, S&P Global, you can find every department filled with our students only because we give the best quality for them. See, the logic is simple. If a company is in Gachibowli, they need some 10 roles. They won't go to Ellore or Gudivada or Puttur to get the candidates. They just need to get the best people as soon as possible, immediate trainers. Even when the session was going and I was talking to the call, I was talking to HRs only for the call. Because the HRs are coming from Pune. So we do placements in Hyderabad, Chennai, Pune, Bangalore, Coimbatore also. The biggest advantage what we get is some companies also called GCCs, Global Capability Centers. Before they come to Hyderabad, they approach me. Hey, sir, we have 105 roles, 120 roles, 150 roles, and we will be always working 24/7 to get best number of placements. Like in a month, we place 70 80 people in these companies. So only condition is that you might be aware of today's generation. They are not as hungry for success as we were in 90s or 80s. Because people are thinking, "Ki, chalo, my dad has 3 BHK flat, I have a car." In 96, when we were born, our dad was having maximum Bajaj Chetak scooter, or some cases only two-wheeler cycle. So they were hungry for success. Ki, I need to buy a 3 BHK, I need to buy a car. So this generation people majorly needs a push-up key. By you are not here to buy a 2 BHK or 3 BHK, you need to make a bigger career in the corporate world. So that way, same way we tune the students that be hungry for success. You may be getting into the higher package of 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs, maybe in the span of 5 6 years, but we need to start somewhere. Karke. We tune them, we make them ready for the corporate world because many of you might know corporate requires high level of discipline, which many colleges and we are not able to give because corporate expect at least 12 hours or 15 hours working. But if you see any student, if you take class 10 minutes extra, like your session is for 1 hour, if you take 10 minutes extra, they'll say, nah, no. Like we have classes tomorrow also, there is no festival. So like this is because some people say, one guy called me yesterday and said, sir, I want to join your classes, I will get a MNC job. I said, okay, possible. Sir, will there be any summer holidays in the MNC? So what they expect from the companies? Correct? There is a lot of changes needs to be done, especially in the education system. There are so many subjects we are teaching which are not relevant for the corporate world. If we can be able to modify our syllabus and be able to make ready for the job market, we are able to place BCom fresher today for a package of 8 lakhs. Just now I was showing messages to ma'am. So today we have got a 13 placements so far. I mean, now the time is 3 o'clock. Before 9 o'clock, we may see few more names also. So there are jobs. Only thing is that the skill set needs to be matching with the corporates. Discipline needs to match with the corporates because in the corporates, if there is interview or team meeting at 3 o'clock, students cannot afford to join at 3 1 also. He will get 20 also. He must join at 2:55. So if you are able to do this kind of discipline with the subject, I'm sure definitely any college can do wonders. We need to make the candidates suitable for the corporate world for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. As an autonomous college and affiliated to Usman University, we have opportunity, liberty to change the syllabus up to 20%, not more than that. That bottleneck is there for us, but still, through various workshops and certificate programs, we are trying to bridge the gap between the industry and the academia. Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestions. It's time for us to felicitate our guest. I request Mr. Principal to do the honors.
Where is the student? She went away to take the photographs. Compliance for ICS. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sister. Now all the paper presenters must be waiting for their certificates. Now I invite Mrs. Josna and Mrs. Pratibha to take over.
Presentations from Pawan. You have a note of all the offline presentations. So we request you all to we'll follow the order that we call this one.
Thank you, Mehdipatnam. Now I request the paper presenters to be ready to receive the certificates. Mrs. Annapurna ma'am, Miss Mushki Disha from Badruka College.
Please come.
Mrs. D. Sujata from St.Ann College. Please come. Mrs. Madita Davala ma'am from St.Ann College. Miss Madina Idris.
Or we can probably exchange again.
No. Sarah certificate.
Madina is here. Please come.
Mrs. Shazia Fatima. Mrs. Kankadurga ma'am from CMR campus. Yes. Kushi Sharma. Mashiti Dinesh Babu. Neha and Maimuna. Mrs. Pratibha from St. Anne's College, Srividya and Praniti. Mrs. K. Shanti from St. Anne's College, Rachna and Harini. Be constant. Ms. Dinisha, Janati and Vindhya Vaishnavi. Mrs. Joshna, Mrs. Supriya and Sara Nakshatra. Mrs. Bhagyashri ma'am, Jayashri ma'am and Vijay sir. Ashika Nandakumar ma'am. Mrs. P. Durga Rani ma'am and Niharika from Badruka College. Mrs. Suvarchala ma'am. Mrs. Supriya. Mrs. P. Bhavani. Mrs. Meena Shanti and Archita from BPOP. Mr. Srinivas Padmakar sir from AV College.
Faculty bear with us for some time. We are giving away best papers for session wise, and we close with 10 minutes.
And the best paper goes to Jayashree Patil ma'am and Dr. Jayashree Patil Raji and Mrs. Bhagishri ma'am and Vijay sir.
Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you for coming on.
And there's another paper presentation, best paper, Dilisha and Janani and Vaishnavi. Mrs. Vasudha from St.Ann College. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sister.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sister. Before we conclude, we must thank all those who contributed to the success of the seminar. May I now request Dr. G. Anuradha, conference convener, to propose formal vote of thanks.
Faculty, bear with me. It's the last seminar for the year. Please be with us also. Department of Commerce, we are being with everybody. Be with us also. Okay, so I consider this my. I'm Dr. G. Anuradha, Associate Professor in Commerce, and the seminar convener. I consider it my team's duty to acknowledge each and every one who made my long journey short by initiating me, mentoring me, guiding me, strengthening me, encouraging me, trusting me, assisting me, supporting me, advising me, counseling me, suggesting me, shouldering me, having their back on me, making me and the seminar come alive. That much I can tell you, because it was not possible for me to do it in 20 days. And coming to quickly, I will finish it acknowledging every individual who has been my back for the last 20 days, mentoring me and guiding me till my submission. So to start with, actually, it should be initiating me and encouraging me came from a very candid talk from Dr. Bharati, very casual talk on the corridor, setting the tone and rolling and boosting me to apply for the proposal and till the media coverage today. So it started with her, it has to end with her. Bharati, it is your duty. You have to speak to the media and get my grant fulfilled. So it is your duty, honors all eyes on you started, so you only will end. Thank you so much for giving me that support. Mentoring me and guiding me till my submission came from Dr. Sirisha, research coordinator. She is not here, but yes, she corrected my proposal at least 10 times. And even Dr. Venugopal assisted me in correcting my themes. So thank you so much. Again, I tell you, even a doctor requires mentoring. Even a doctor who is submitting a proposal requires mentoring. Strengthening me came from Dr. Francina, IQC coordinator. Dr. Suma Reddy, my colleague from the department, not allowing me to give up. Encouraging me, trusting me is none other than our sister principal. Steadfast, rock star, and our beloved principal. Assisting me was Sujata and Srilata, facing the max brunt of my dilemma in purchasing and chasing the daily developments. So thank you, Sujata. I must have bothered you a lot. Supporting me came from Srilata and Suvarchala again in promotion and making personal calls to contacts. They could gather, I could gather, everybody could gather. Josna and Pratibha, thank you so much wherever you are. Here, Pratibha, please, thank you again. They were the ones who were tirelessly working on replying to mails in 20 days. You can imagine how many mails we must have got. Back and forth queries, multiple. Each one had a string mail of 8 to 9. Asking them to join, reply, correcting, corrections, revisions, submissions, abstracts, registrations, papers, even queries, and not to mention few unpleasant happenings to certification distribution today. It started with them till the paper, the submissions and the distribution happened. Thank you again. The entire track-wise coordinators, Meena, Pragati, Sunita, Suvarchala, Bhavani, Sujata, Neha, Supriya, for patient reading, sorting, coordinating, presentation, and finally reporting for that long report that I gave. Without them, I sat on their neck, got it, and I presented. Thank you again. And Dinisha for the media coverage, I confused her several times this way, that way, but finally it came. I still have to draft, redraft, and say. Manita for the perfect coordination and bringing all the 20 scattered children together as the head of the department. Shazia, Rupa, and Indira troubled her in the last minute. ICT, PPT, and display work. Sucharita shouldered the responsibility of auto mementos. She said small, but they came out to be very big. Then Suma for her advising and suggesting and last minute proofreading and corrections. Nirojita and Ruth for the prayer rendition. And Prasanna, the student who performed for the Swagatam Nritya, was a student and few student volunteers today who got maximum scoldings from me. They are the ones who are present today. I don't know why it happened to me that way. For not attending my classes, but they're the ones who supported all through since morning till yesterday morning to today evening. I thought they are not the ones I can trust, but they made me feel I'm wrong. So thank you girls for learning again from me. Bharadwaj for the logistics and shouldering and having her back was Mary Amrita, the unseen lady who is not here, who born with me for the 100th version of the flyer marathon, posters, badges, PPTs, and even the certificates. A big thank you, Amrita. Wherever you are, it was not possible without you. I mean it from the bottom of my heart for whatever I read. Please take it. I rarely talk, so I'm talking. The galaxy of professional CA, CMA support came so naturally without much effort was the best part of the whole exercise. my affinity with CA Praveen Garu, CA Sripal Jain, CMA Vijay Kiran Agastya, CMA Kaja Jalal, CMA Sai Chandra, CMA ACCA Lavanya Madam, made it all happen. They were all call away. I didn't expect that kind of great support from the professional fraternity. Thank you, sir, Praveen sir. I mean it. Jain sir was a testimony. Their network helped me rope in CA, CMA fraternity, CA Jain, CA Nitish Jain, CA, CMA Kedarnath, experts in the field of GST. The most important and timely support came from Professor Patrick, who went out told me, ma'am, your invitation is wrong. This should be on the top. It would create conflict and friction for you. So please change. I have to correct it. He's a well-wisher, a Samaritan, a good Samaritan, a very good friend of the department, and an academic champion for the cause of education. And he came to the guest of honor. That was my delight. The most amazing and the delightful episode of the seminar came from the unassuming participation of near and dear, far and wide, research scholars, students, assistant professors, associate professors, from neighborhood colleges, Pullareddy, other local colleges, Badruka, AV, Bhavans, Avinash, BJR, GDC, OUCCMB, Amzad Ali Khan College, and Telangana State Tribal Welfare College from Kothagudem, Dhanvantri College of Management, and morning I came to know from some other college, which some CMR College. Thank you, ma'am. And also we received far and wide from Hyderabad, Kerala, neighboring Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Puducherry. We left out Lakshadweep. Maybe we'll catch up next time. Okay, which added to the much needed flavor and color and much required number of 36 papers to the seminar. I also acknowledge Sister Maria Rani, correspondent, IBSC coordinator, Dr. Srikana, office staff, Rohit, Sandeep, Umameshwar, Ajay for the photograph, ICT team, and Kirti for the website, often revising the website version and social media handles, updates, technical support, Nelson and Jagadish. Thank you all, and my best wishes to each one of you for bearing with me all through my tantrums. Thank you once again. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Shall we all rise for national anthem?
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Request the participants. Faculty can leave. Participants, please for a photo. Mr. Brian will take another 10 minutes. Yes, yes. That's what I told you. For bearing with me. Faculty, thank you so much. Because we needed audience to listen to me. Yes, thank you again.
All the participants, please come over here for a group picture. All the participants. Our faculty can leave. Department of Commerce and all other participants. Faculty from other colleges. Student participants. Our student volunteers. Our student presenters. Please come forward, girls. Come over here for a group picture.
నేను చెప్తాను నీలాగతి కాదు మంచి
Girls, come fast, come fast. Don't know music, come. Come fast, girls. Madam Malvina, ma'am, please come. Faculty from Padma College, please come.
ये पूरा लाइव चल रहा है। I have no clue. जादू का
The students can kneel down.
Stand here, you stand here, faculty will check on girls, please, వచ్చేయండి అమ్మ తొందరగా.
Girls, you kneel down, no? Kneel down.
Can you keep these two chairs below so that you're also visible? Just move them there.
Come here.
Sit there, however it's visible, you check. Stay ready. You can show your certificates also.
Alright, one.
Wait. Let her take now first. So she will get a wider view. Hold it.
1, 2.
All of you look.
Again, one.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Vaishnavi, you are participants. So volunteers.
Everyone are covered, no? Everyone are covered?
Yes.
Take another 2 clear pictures. Please. But some of you can
One can sit here, one here, there is no panel.
remember the day, please.
Alright, 1, 2, 3.
1 or 2 shots you took the maximum.
I took 5.
Okay, my dear department, thank you so much. It would have not been possible without you. If I had said anything, no India, no English, how could speak, or ask to run around the place where it is all over, all done and said. Congratulations, Abba. Thank you, my dear, for the last all
No, why